Rising, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway, we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. The other giveaway we'll be doing right now is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that too. Before we get started on today's daily collective, I'm going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started today, most important question, how are we feeling? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. If you've noticed a little bit of a change recently, one of the big things that happened over the last day or so was we had Mars moving into Virgo. Now, Mars moving into Virgo, I want to describe, I was talking a little bit about this yesterday, but I want to continue on what we would kind of see that may be happening right now. Mars in Leo is all about leading with compassion. Mars in Leo is about the strength it takes to be energetically brave, right? It's heart first into the room, right? It's moving in accordance with what it is that one puts one's heart into. Mars in Virgo is not that. Okay? It's Queen of Swords energy. It's Joan of Arc energy. And I like the transition that we're currently experiencing between Mars and Leo versus Mars and Virgo, because it has a lot to do with the conversation that we were having on the wake of that Sagittarius full moon, in the difference between weakness and vulnerability. Now, it's really easy. It's really easy to confuse weakness for vulnerability. Sometimes they look a little bit alike, but the thing is, and this is the crux between weakness and vulnerability. Weakness is the state of being weak. One cannot help when one is energetically weak. Vulnerability, it takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable, but that is also the hurdle of being vulnerable, because that same force of strength, right? That ability to understand the choice of being weak. It is like the stuff that dreams are made of. It is the hardest thing. And it's a big conversation in relationality to how we feel in the space of the things that we love, right? And again, this is why we do the work on the self, because love should never make one feel weak. One should be a space that one feels vulnerable within. And we've all been in those cases. Like, we've all been in situations or circumstances where we've been in relationships that make us feel weak, but not in a healthy way, right? The weakness that comes from feeling like one is going through a distortion point, that one often feels like one is lost. The bright side about energy that I'm seeing right now is there's a lot of healing that is occurring right now, specifically and particularly in the experience of identifying and recognizing the wounds that we gain via the proximity, and also the fact that trauma sometimes teaches us the wrong lessons, right? The same qualities and characteristics that will fortify a healthy relationship will be seen as a detriment to an unhealthy one, right? If you try to be energetically consistent with someone that is not, that is fickle, you will be defined as being needy. If you try to communicate in an energy where another person is being closed off, then you will be identified as trying to push something. And this is what we talk about in relationality to the fact that healthy relationship, and this is the thing that's wild about it, it's not the fact that healthy relationship has qualities and characteristics that we can look to define the nature of a relationship. The quality of a relationship being positive is entirely one based upon alignment. This is exactly what we mean, because what may feel, right, what may feel like a healthy cadence for one may feel like an overwhelming cadence for another, right? What may one where one person may find quietude peaceful, another might find it enervating. So, and that's why we keep stressing in a lot of the readings that we do here that we never try to force healing into spaces and places that it doesn't desire to go. Because often, like that attunement, right? What do we do in healthy relationships? We kind of try to work to stay well attuned. That attunement is one that much must be mutually recognized or and desired, because if not, it can feel confusing and invasive, or it can also feel like another person moving with too much aversion. Now this work that we see is allowing for a lot of energy right now to move deeper into union. The one thing I've been noticing is I feel like we're hitting a transition point, particularly as it relates to where we see the energy in separation right now. There's been a lot of energy I've been recognizing that's been transiting deeper into union. The difficulty with that is like when you're going through a healthy healing journey, often the first expression of feeling that you have is audacity. So, and I was talking a little bit about this in yesterday's podcast. You know, if you were feeling, I had a bunch of individuals tell me in their readings they were feeling very anxious over the last few days, and I'm like, yeah, well, it's not surprising to me if you're very attenuated to energy that you're feeling a lot of anxiety right now, because I've been reading on the fact that there's a lot of energy that's moving into divine union, and what are they releasing as they are coming into divine union? They're releasing frustration. They're releasing they're releasing aggravation, and that can sometimes feel like a lot of that spikiness in the air. Now let's talk a little bit about how this is impacting the energy depending on where you are on the frequency cycles. Now for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation right now, I've been seeing, it feels to me that there's a lot that, one of the things that we've been talking about, the last two cycles that we saw with energy and separation, we saw chariot partnerships. Chariot partnerships were forming from between the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago. We then moved into magician energy. Now, when the energy in separation was in chariot energy, it was prioritizing sustainability above all, the reliability of the smooth ground that allows one to move into the inner sanctum of the self. So that energy, right, the mutual force of feeling the consistency in another that allows for the ability to go into the inner sanctum of the self. The energy that we've been experiencing recently has been magician partnerships, and they have been energies that have been prioritizing authenticity above all, taking a lot of the work that we saw in Taurus season. And what did we learn in Taurus season? Understanding that if we're operating in the majesty of the self meaning if I like who I am, I like what I see, it's not that I'm perfect, but I understand what the assignment is, then that is something that we seek both in the relationships that we're trying to bring within, but also we see that as something that helps us build into the healthy partnership. Because for a lot of that energy, the recognition point of being able to be appreciated, not in the space that another person is trying to change you into their perfect thing, but being able to be in a vibration where you can genuinely enjoy one another's company. This is what we mean by authenticity. Now, this has been difficult. We saw that there was a lot of slowness in these partnerships that were coming together at this time. Why? Because a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union has been experiencing healing from wounds that felt almost like manifestation betrayals. And what are manifestation betrayals? These are situations or circumstances where, and again, one of the heavy lessons that we work through with Gemini season is understanding it's not enough to just say that you want a manifestation. That's not going to do it, right? Like, saying you want a manifestation is a wish. Okay, saying that you want a manifestation is a wish. But when you move a manifestation that you're working on is embodying, right? It's something that you walk towards. You embody the qualities and characteristics that lead you in accordance to it, because a healthy manifestation isn't about gimme energy. It's about how we see, the ability to see what one has to do, the ability to see more, the ability to understand, identify, and work towards those goals. So you can see why a lot of the energy right now in separation is in a little bit of spiritual recovery, because they were either healing from one or two different modalities that we were identifying that was happening as it relates to the healing journey. These were either situations or circumstances where one was in a relationship with someone that articulated that they wanted something. They articulated upon the manifestation that they desired, but they lacked the ability to embody it, which is the space of effectively like articulating the desire of why I'm wondering why something is not happening, but not necessarily doing anything to implement it becoming so. This can be very damaging to those experiencing it, because it was a conversation on how fickleness can cause trauma. Like the messages have been coming through this whole Gemini season, which I'm not surprised to see, are the differences between fickleness and pragmatism. And this is the reason why. But the other aspect we see, and this one can feel even more detrimental because it can create a trust wound in the process, is the articulation point of someone or a situation or circumstance where one's ego is too far from the person that we exist to be. Now, this is what we talk about healthy spirituality. If you're on some kind of spiritual journey that says, I'm trying to get rid of the ego, I've got some bad news for you. You can't get rid of your ego. It's not going anywhere. It's your defense mechanism. And often when we try to say, oh, it's great, my ego's gone, like you're not looking at it. The ability to understand and identify the ego is how we effectively heal from it, because it's the ability of observing ourselves, to recognize our tendencies, to recognize the qualities and characteristics by which our spiritual and emotional self will often try to protect us, sometimes in ways that feels like it's not necessarily in the direction that we aspire and desire to go. This is how we start to work towards a healthy ego. And we're going to be talking a lot about this in Cancer season, because Cancer journeys are all about the egoic self that matches the shape of the internal world, right? It's all the journey of the crab. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, this is why we saw that so many of those relationships in separation were taking time to build into trusting one another. They were letting Saturn do that work. They were building into the context of consistency, allowing for that identification point or that adaptability to be recognized. And we saw that for a lot of the relationships that are coming into formation right now, the auric contradiction of the self, right? Potentially energy that is talking so much that they're recognizing disparities in relationality to what one feels about the self versus what another sees to be true, helping each other heal from unhealthy thought forms. This is a further conversation about the fact that the difficulty from healing of trauma is either those modalities or moments where we recognize something that we're working on to such an extent that we're holding on to it even after we've healed it, or something that we had to ingest about the self that was not true. Because often when we're in unhealthy spaces, we have to adopt aspects about the self that are not true in order to be able to maintain the ability to stay within them, because if we did not, it wouldn't allow any context by which we could work on something. So this is why I said a lot of this energy is potentially moving into divine union right now. And as they do so, what are they experiencing? They're finding the audacity. They're seeing something in different way. They're being able to identify something that may be bothering them, but the ability to again feel that healthy mirror of partnership is also giving them a context by which they can get it off their chest and be able to share in that energetic burden. While for masculine and feminine that are coming into divine union right now, we see that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is a lot of the chariot partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union. And so what we're seeing for a lot of them is this is the understanding of the profound paradox of healthy relationship, which is working in terms of building those standards. All of those standards that you set forth upon the self that you have to navigate in order to maintain healthy relationship, that then you have to to do the work to disassemble once you find that healthy partnership or counterpart in order to build into a more vulnerable relationship. But it's that understanding, the message that we receive that says, the difficulty with having a standard is we wish we didn't have to. The whole reason we hold standards is not because we wish that we had to hold them, but it's the observation that not everyone holds them for us. But this is why we often build into the fact that we have partnership wherein our counterpart becomes our exception. Understanding that exception does not mean that one loses one's own standards as you move deeper into counterpart connection, but building into the context of a counterpart who you build the wall of trust enough with that you know that they hold your standards as they would your own. This is the energy that is moving into the fact that we see that exceptional and excel share that same core word, which is the fact that those that we build into trust with, we excel with as it relates to the vulnerability that we give them, because we understand that they hold our standards as if they were our own. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep in divine union, which I was basically saying was moving out of judgment into Wheel of Fortune. A lot of manifestations that are potentially changing right now. We see a lot of manifestations that are transforming. Why are the manifestations transforming? Because a healthy manifestation is one where you see. So often an indicator that you're moving towards a healthy manifestation is the closer you get to it, the more possibilities arrive, the more that the manifestation grows, because it's the ability of often what is the song you hear as you're moving towards a dream or an aspiration. I was looking at it the wrong way. I was thinking too small, right? Because that is the healthy manifestation that allows for the space of the maturation of the self as you move towards it. And what's beautiful for a lot of those relationships is recognizing and identifying the transforming manifestation that grows in the context of the energy within. This is the relationship that is a blessing, because much like the Cancer energy, much like we talk about the healthy ego that fits the shape of the internal world, the healthy relationship is one where the manifestation also adjusts and adapts to the energy and the relationality of those that rest within it. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But go ahead and let me know in the comments how this energy is affecting you personally. If you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. And if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. I'm going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Good to see you today, Johnny. How are you doing, Sierra? Welcome, TA. Hope you're having a beautiful day over on the place where we keep the videos. Holding the same standards. Tap to claim. Thank you for confirmation on this reading. Grand Rising, Heather and Ron, thank you for joining us. Hey there, Amanda. Thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. You will also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person on the list for today. How are you doing, Heather, happy to read for you, dear. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you have to do is send the donation. You'll be the second person read for. We're about to get started on the personal readings, the collective reading shortly. And Bridget, so good to see you today, dear. 555. Glad to see you. It's been a day already. I know. It's been a week, right? I'm telling you, it's the one thing I gotta stress right now. I'm gonna be shouting this from the rafters, guys. Uranus, Mars just transfer is just blah, blah, blah. Mars just transitioned, and now Uranus is about to transition. And I'm gonna tell you right now, these planets that are transiting, it's very easy for things to get on your nerves. It's very easy for things to get like rubbed the wrong way. Make sure you're moving frustration into productive spaces. Remember, I'm going to say the same thing. Change is not a manifestation goal. Okay. I don't like it is not a manifestation goal. Move towards what one prefers. Okay. Good to see you today, Bridget. And thank you for helping me make my crown goal today, little vamp. I'm feeling so much better than yesterday. I am so glad to hear that, Bridget. And thank you for recharging your heart me's, guys. Please, if you're a subscriber, make sure you recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card reading today. I am an Aries and I have felt groggy. Heather, if you're feeling groggy as an Aries, I'm going to tell you it's probably because Jupiter and Mercury are now in Cancer. You know, like that's the thing about it right now. Sleep might still be a little I feel like sleep is going to hopefully get a little bit easier when we move into Cancer season is what I'm seeing. I also feel like sleep might get easier with like Mars and Virgo, but I'm going to tell you right now, make sure that you're putting frustration in productive spaces. I'm holding at a solid 5. It's a good start to the day. It's a good start to the day, little vamp. Melly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Adina, so good to see you, dear. Guys, make sure you give Adina a follow. I had a lovely podcast with Adina earlier this year. You can find it over on their site and over on my Substack in my collaboration section. So good to see you today. And thank you, Minnie, for recharging your heart me's. Alex, thank you for those gifts. So good to see you today. V, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for the compliment on my dress, Cappy. And see, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Simone, how are you doing today? Thank you for confirmation, Mamo. And Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. Scooby, thank you for the follow and thank you for claiming these messages. Help me remember my standards. I'm helping you remember your standards. I'm very glad to hear that, Erica. Chiefs, I didn't sleep but 2 hours last night. I know I didn't sleep a lot either. But, you know, sleep is a fickle thing. You know, it's okay. I'm going to tell you, sleep typically gets better when we move into Cancer season. I'm just going to point that out. Okay. Grand Rising Revolt. And thank you for sharing the live, Scooby. We are here. We are here. A couple of updates before we get started on today's Daily Collective. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our class last week on the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. If you become a founding member, you will have full access to the archive, which is access to over 15 hours. Now, it's not necessary in an ever-expanding library. It's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a wonderful time to join. Because if you really wanted to catch up and you became a founding member, you would literally have about 4 classes a week that you could take You could just let this be your like little tarot university up until we come into our next class. So you'll be all caught up in terms of what we've studied thus far. If you are, and also you'll have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we are learning or studied thus far. As a founding member, not only will you have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive, you will also have access to you also have a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, and you will also have a compliment, if you choose to receive it, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your benefit moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member or a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new offerings I may have. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just posted one recently on how to navigate this recent beautiful energy of the Sagittarius full moon during Gemini season. I also want to let you guys know that that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very now happy to offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and we'll utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and symbols coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We're also, we do here angelic guidance, highest priority messages from spirit. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do mediumship readings. We do love readings. You can, we do dream interpretation, past life. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. We're going to be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And we will also be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, thank you as well. Grand Rising Revolt. We are here though, absolutely. And Amanda, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Channeling. So good to see you today. And Scooby, thank you for subscribing. Love and light to you as well. I am very happy to hear that that happened, Chiefs. Good stuff. Still alive. Ava, I woke up this morning half asleep and my whole room was covered in purple and blue lights. Interesting. Okay. Happy to read on that. How are you doing today, Dandy? Grand Rising, Grace, good to see you too. Crystal, thank you for those roses. And Scooby Health, thank you for helping me reach my crown goal. Nikki, guys, I just remembered I had some pretty weird dreams last night. Yay! Get on the list, Nikki. I'll be happy to read for them. Listen to look how excited Amanda is. And thank you again for those crowns, Scooby. Samanda, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. As I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on today's collective read. Now is a great time to get on the list. If you would like a personal reading, you'll be the second person on the list. And also, we are at 5.2K likes. Before we get started, though, we got to wake everybody up. We got to get the energy moving. Before we get started, let's do our intuition check for the day before we begin our daily collective. So I'm going to pull an animal spirit guide card now. I'll give you guys till the count of 10 to make your guesses on what card it is. I've got the animal here. Let's get to it. Got to wake up. Come on, Dandy, wake up. Ready? 10, 9, 8. Open your third eye a little bit. Wake it up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I like the fact I saw a bee and I thought everyone was writing bay, but we've got the ram here. Okay. Did anyone get it? Gerbil, I didn't see anybody get it. We'll do that again when we complete the daily collective. Thank you guys so much for participating. Thank you, Kay Madge, for getting on the list. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Good to see you today, Bean. All right. As I mentioned, friends, the list is open, and we are now beginning our contest. Whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective will be winning that free reading. Oh, I love that gift, Grace. I haven't seen it before. It's very Bowie. All right. Thank you so much, channeling. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. No better time than the present. Thank you. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are drawing today are our 5 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its upright. You know, here's the wild thing right now. It feels very Cancer season in here. It feels very much like we're already in the transition point between Gemini and Cancer. But I think the reason that we're feeling that right now to a large degree is the fact that we had a very big transit of energy moving into Cancer all at once. We had Jupiter and Mercury just pushing into Cancer at the same time. So I know that and I want to describe this, you know, I am not someone, when I read into the energy, you have to understand, I don't look at the astrology like a switch. It's not like we march in and go, okay, now the switch has been hit. We've moved into something. I often start to see the transition point between one astrological sign and the other. And one of the things that we keep on seeing, or the messages that have been coming through right now, particularly in relationality to Mercury and Jupiter, both moving into Cancer, the house of Cancer, almost directly after one another, like one and then the other, like boom, boom. And this was right after that Sag full moon. I think that there's something really beautiful about this, because you have to remember that a lot of the conversations that we've been seeing that have been coming up recently have to do with sublime authenticity, right? The ability of moving towards one's sublime self. Now, that can sometimes feel very difficult, but the beauty that, and I wrote a whole article on this when we were experiencing that Sag full moon. You can find it over on my Substack. But the integration of self right? What do we mean when we talk about the integration of self? It's the ability to identify and recognize all the parts of the self, right? The ability to identify all of the facets that make the whole or the whole shape of one's own being. Now, what happens when we're not in a healthy space? When we're not in a healthy space egoically or even spiritually, we compartmentalize, right? This was a lot of that. This is a lot of that work that we saw in terms of like, moving things into like little boxes, right? Or working to that space of trying to energetically avoid things. But when we're working on the integration of the self, right, we identify and recognize like the whole composition because it's not requiring one to be perfect, right? And this is what I like so much about the fact that we did have like, and I feel like this is a continuation on the conversation that we had, um, relating to, the work of Scorpio, like the work as it were about coming into the Aquarian energy. Like we talked a lot about the fact of being able to heal from the false illusion of perfection, right? When we hold ourselves to untenable ideals of the self, it doesn't allow any celebration of the self. It doesn't allow the ability to be able to do any work, right? Because if you're constantly worried about perfect and you find parts of the self that aren't perfect, what do? You push them into the subconscious, right? You try to like you do that work to try to be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, you try to do that, and then you start feeling like you're not in a place of being energetically integrated because it's that feeling of the parts of the self that you're not confronting, right? Like, and this is what we talk about. This is what I kind of like about the Pluto in retrograde energy that we're experiencing right now, because it's that ability of being able to, when we embrace the parts of ourselves that are hard to look at, we find that integration of self, right? And what does that feel like? It feels uncomfortable, right? It's like this is what we talk about when we talk about healing intimacy wounds. It can sometimes feel very difficult, but the ability to have a difficult conversation, this is how we effectively heal. This is also why we see that there's a lot of Cancerian energy that's kind of entered the chat, if you will, sooner, like pre-gaming, if you will, us coming into Cancer season, because Jupiter and Mercury both coming into Cancer. What is the conversation that we have in that, right? The journey does not need to be about trying to take the ego and throwing it as far away from yourself as possible. You try to throw the ego away from yourself, it's going to come back. It's going to come back bigger. It's going to be like, you come back here because it's trying to energetically protect the self. But when we're in a space, right, when we look at ourselves in a space where we understand that we're not energetically perfect, and this is what I love to describe the journey of building into healthy ego. This is all we see in Cancer energy, because I want you to think of the nature of a crab. Okay, think about the shell that a crab occupies. The shell of a crab is different than we see of a mollusk, right? You see a mollusk, they just kind of crawl into anything. But a crab shell it's completely interconnected with the thing that is within it, right? It is the shape and the form solidified. It is the unified construct of self that matches the form of the thing within it. And this is what we identify is the architecture of building into a good alignment of self and spirit, right? Because when we're in a space where the external matches the internal, it allows us the context of building into healthy relationship. Because when we move deeper into knowing a person, or we move deeper into knowing the counterpart, and we discover that what's reflective without, it's pretty much the same all the way through. Right? It's pretty much the same all the way through. It feels like a celebration, right? It just feels like it's the divine joy of discovering the more of the other person, right? There's more of them. It's just more of the same within. It's that beautiful flourishing that we experience. And we can do that work on the self, even outside a partnership, right? But this is often why we experience those moments. And this is why you often see in like a healthy spiritual journey, there's a fracturing of the self. Because what happens when the ego gets too distant from the spiritual self? It feels like it can't contain what's within it. And what happens when something cannot contain what's within it? Breakthrough or breakdown, right? So this is why we should always be attenuated and working on the energetic ego. That doesn't mean that we try to get rid of it entirely. Like never, and often you'll notice those who feel like they have no ego, like that in itself is a very egoic thing to, to say. But the ability of understanding and recognizing it, this is how we heal it. And this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now coming into union, that this is why there was trepidation there, because some of the energy right now in separation is healing from situations where they felt that there were fractures in a manifestation, much like we see, because much like the manifestation is very much like the egoic self. The healthy manifestation is not one that we just articulate upon. It's one that we embody. It's one that we move towards. It's one that we move in harmony with, right? We synchronize ourselves with our manifestations. So this is a lot of that same energetic journey that we're articulating here. And the reason that we see some of these partnerships that are coming into formation, they're not even changing that much, but they're solidifying. They're solidifying in relationality. And why are they solidifying? Because it is the divine delight in discovering that the energy in terms of what they appear, right? The self that is expressed upon meeting is very much the same as one is experiencing as one moves deeper into connection. These were a lot of, I told you, there's a lot of these magician partnerships right now that are transiting into union. And that ability too, the recognition of being able to heal one another by being able to see one another with clarity. Some of the energy is releasing a lot of audacity as they move into union, because the audacity is the recognition of something they picked up about the self that is no longer true, but that they may have potentially had to articulate or imbibe about the self in order to remain in an unhealthy energetic connection. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, it's like the audacity that is being released with a sigh, because it's the audacity that is expressed, but also fortifies the energetic connection, right? Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now. We've got here the Queen of Swords. Remember, I was saying before the podcast started that, Mars moving into Virgo, which happened recent, like very like just within like the last few hours, is very much like I associate that energy with Queen of Swords. Why do I associate Mars with Virgo in Queen of Swords energy? Mars and Leo is all Braveheart. It's all about the heart space. It's about leading with the heart. And the thing is, and this is a conversation that we see in the transition point between, and as my throat chakra starts clamping up, this is the transition point that we see between Mars in Virgo, Leo moving into Mars in Virgo, because Mars in Leo talks about the bravery it takes to lead from the heart space, right? It is all about that heart opening. It's about what it takes to be able to allow compassion to articulate upon one's own call of action. But Mars in Virgo, I like Mars in Virgo because as we go into like the conversation between Mars in Leo and Mars in Virgo has a lot to do, and it's a continuation of the conversation that we had about standards and boundaries, right? Because Mars in Leo is all about standards, right? The ability to feel proud, right? The ability to articulate, to say something from the chest. But often when someone sees standards as weakness, they try to push against them, right? It's the lack of courtesy that we have as it relates to the expression of our vulnerability. So when another does not meet our standard becomes a boundary. It becomes a place that we have to stand firm on. And so this is the irony that often happens with standards and boundaries. It's almost the fact that we all wish that we didn't have to have them. We don't hold our standards and wave them around because we want to. We do so because there are those that do not feel that they hold them for us. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of that work, I keep on hearing the word like self-evident is coming through, because often, and this is what is so frustrating, is when we're in healthy spaces and we articulate standards like boundaries, and someone says that our boundary is self-evident, we recognize that we are in the company of those who hold our standards, right? Which is the moment that we often discover the fact that we're carrying trauma, because trauma is often formed in spaces where another person tries to punish you for having standards in the first place, right? So this is why I see that there's a lot of this energy here, particularly with that like Mars in Virgo, which is the conversation that says do not confuse weakness for vulnerability, right? The energy of the warrior talks about the fact of all of the strength it takes to continue to be vulnerable even after one has undergone hardship. That is the, like I keep on hearing, that is the forging of the self, right? And never are we more forged than situation or circumstances that have tried to make us hard, that have tried to make us lose our standards, that have tried to iron them away from us. But instead, we continue to come back towards ourselves, right? So we see even now that there's a lot of that energy that feels fortified. And this is bringing us to a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union right now, because the discovery of that is effectively the energetic basis of the relationship for a lot of those chariot partnerships. Because you'll recall that for a lot of the chariot partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, the stability that they've created is hard fought, right? It's not something that they don't take it for granted. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. Clarification between our fourth and fifth card of our 5-card spread. There's our 6 of Swords in its upright and our Hangman in its reversal. When we allow trauma to change us, we become the energetic force of trauma. When we allow trauma to change us, we become the energetic force of trauma. But when we allow trauma to move towards a space of allowing it to, like I keep on seeing the ability, like remember, moving towards vulnerability, experiencing something, and then not letting it change you, to be informed by it, right? To learn from it, but to stay within the shape of the self. This is a lot of the architecture that we see that allows for the ability to heal, because, and that is often the space that we honor ourselves, because we don't let the trauma destroy our standards, right? And this is often what's difficult, because often those who are in traumatic spaces, they have to learn to build their standards again, right? You have to come into the construction of doing so. Now we see even now that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is why I see that there's a lot of energy that is working towards the transformation of manifestation goals, right? There's a lot of that. I keep on hearing, like, there's a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that is doing that work as it relates to being able to articulate or amplify or see something in a bigger way, right? Like Mars and Jupiter entering Cancer together is often a conversation on the microcosm to the macrocosm, right? The bigger picture, the expansion of the manifestation goal. So that ability of doing so, right? The ability to, I keep on hearing, speaking upon something that is universally important is what I'm getting, right? The ability to understand, and this is the conversation we were also having. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, right? We talk a lot about that. And this is why we see for a lot of these partnerships the ability to adapt and to change a manifestation to accommodate the expression of the self that feels like it continues to change in partnership. This is a lot of the energy that we identify feels the maturation of relationship, because the healthy manifestation is one that adapts with us. That's why when we're a child, we have small dreams. We get bigger, the dreams get bigger. It's a lot of that working in terms of the accordance point. So what we effectively identify and recognize that's happening in these spaces is there's a lot of that work that we're seeing that is allowing for the adaptability of the manifestation goal. But even in that space, it's the adaptability that doesn't feel like one is moving away from the manifestation entirely, but it's almost the song that you hear when you move towards a healthy manifestation that articulates and says, I was thinking too small, right? It is that beautiful flourishing of the expansion point. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its upright, we've got here our Star card. Our Star card in its upright. Now, this is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Masculine, I feel like there's something kind of, how do I describe this? There's something really beautiful in relationality to masculine right now. And I feel like it speaks directly into the idea of what it means. I keep on hearing to protect is to support, is what I keep on hearing. To protect is to support, which is why do I keep on hearing for masculine? Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender. To protect is to support. Because for masculine, you have to understand, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of masculine energy that is working on healing. And I keep on feeling there's a lot of energy of masculine that is healing from the fact that when someone tells you that, when someone tells you the solution to something is not to feel it, they don't give you the ability to get stronger within it, is all I keep on hearing. When someone tells you the solution is not to feel it, they're denying you the ability to get stronger within it. And so that's why I keep on seeing for a lot of masculine right now, this feels like I can feel like there's a lot of healing that comes through that feels heartbreaking. It almost feels energetically unfair, because that's what I meant about a lot of the masculine energy right now on this journey that feels like they have to reshape their perspective of masculinity even as they move on their path work. Right? It's like it's requiring them to kind of forge their own path, as it were, because for a lot of the energy doing so, right? And this is why I feel like a lot of masculine, like almost like, again, releasing a lot of frustration, right? When you articulate the fact that you're having difficulty with emotions and another person says, yeah, you just need to learn how to turn them off, there's no strength there, because disassociation is not strengthening, it's compartmentalizing, right? And when you put something away, then it gets bigger and bigger, and then it overwhelms you, and then boom, right? What happens? Breakdowns, or you destroy the things that you care about. So that's why we see that for a lot of the masculine working through this is, I keep on hearing expression, not suppression. Expression, not suppression, right? Like learning, teaching themselves the tools to do the work in learning how to express, but in a way that does not energetically overwhelm. And so that's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the masculine going through this right now, you're never too late for your own journey. You're never too late for your own journey. So I feel like that's a lot of the masculine that's like also like working on releasing any feelings of regret or frustration that they may have, that they haven't come upon some of that work sooner. I'm going to say it again. You're never late for your own journey. For feminine, I feel like a lot of this is also the feminine that's releasing a lot of audacity, particularly and especially because what did we say? Trauma will punish you for having standards, right? The difficulty with trauma is trauma teaches us the wrong lessons. If you try to have standards in a place where trauma rules, right? Trauma is going to say that the standards are the energetic issue. So this is why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy working into that space, right? This is what we see with this Star card here in combination with our Five of Wands and our Ace of Pentacles, because this is the feminine that says, never does the feminine feel more held, right? When the feminine who desires not to have to go around articulating standards that should be self-evident has the ability not to worry about holding the standards because others hold them for them. Because this is what we do with those we care about. This is how we energetically protect. There's a lot of inner child healing that's happening right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Pentacles in combination with our Queen of Swords and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Boom, I like it. We've got here our Six of Wands in its upright. And here's the thing about it, I got to tell you right now, I do see some separations that are happening right now. I'm just going to be completely clear. I don't sugarcoat things, okay? I do see separations that are happening right now. I'm going to explain to you the nature of some of the separations that I'm seeing right now. The nature of some of the separations that I'm seeing right now, I keep on hearing it is the separations that are occurring right now. And I'm not surprised to see this on the fact that we have Mercury and Jupiter moving into Cancer, but we also have Gemini season with Uranus about to move into Gemini as we depart from Gemini, is the difference again between boo and do. Okay. You guys have probably heard me talking about this, the issue between boo and do. And why are we hearing the issue between boo and do? Because we talked about that a lot of the conversations that we've been having during this Gemini season is the recognition point of the difference between fickleness and pragmatism. What is the difference? What is the difference between fickleness and pragmatism? It is very common. It is a good thing to be pragmatic on the journey towards a manifestation. A healthy manifestation is one where we see possibilities. We arrive to the possibilities before us as we move, as we embody what it takes to move towards a manifestation. So it is very positive to usually be on a healthy manifestation route and be like, I was thinking about this all wrong. The adaptability that is required to be able to move towards a particular manifestation. Fickleness, okay? Fickleness is being too adaptable. Fickleness is being articulated as being too adaptable and often changing for the sake of change, at which we say change is not a manifestation goal. Change is a quality of the way energy moves. But often those who do not have the endurance or who have an aversion to building to consistency will try to articulate that change is a manifestation goal. But this is the thing, change is not a manifestation goal. And those who are typically are fickle will articulate the fact that they don't like something instead of articulating what they would prefer, right? So we see even now that this could be some of those moments that are potentially leading to energetic separation points, right? I don't like this doesn't fix anything. Constantly being in a space of articulating what's wrong does not move something into the direction of what is right. This is why we talk a lot about the fact that our emotions, right, they don't hold the map. And we don't burden each other with the emotions like they're a problem to be solved. We do the inner work in identifying what it is that needs to be amended to be able to have a productive conversation on it. So I can see that there may be some rending that's happening right now and some energy falling into separation as it relates to what is and is not a productive conversation, which is the difference between energy of critique, right? The ability to bring something positive that allows the capacity to move something in a positive direction versus that articulation of everything. Like, again, when you look for problems, problems are all you see. But when you're in a productive space, problems are just solutions waiting to happen. This brings us to continuing between our Queen of Swords and our Six of Swords in its upright. We've got here our Four of Swords. So there's a lot of sword energy today, but I like the swords that we're seeing. We've got a lot of wands, we've got a lot of swords, which is saying to me, and I'm just going to continue to say this right now, if you're feeling frustration, make sure you're moving it into productive spaces, okay? Because everything we have is a gift. And when we articulate frustration in ways that fortify us, it allows us to be able to move something forward effectively. It gives us that context by which we can change something. But this is why we also see that, and I keep on hearing this, there's a lot of energy right now this is also, I keep on hearing, this is also why comparing relationships will sometimes destroy relationships, right? Because it is the understanding point that every energetic connection is unique. And why is every energetic connection point unique? Because the ability to understand that combination is one that allows for I keep on hearing the intrigue of healthy relationship is one that it's different for everyone, right? We often talk about, and we talk a lot about alignment here, right? We talk a lot about the fact, and this is why sometimes with relationship, you can't say, oh, just do this and everything will work out. Healthy relationship is about the alignment as it relates to what one considers healthy, right? Again, and we talked a lot about this. If someone is in a space where they need a lot of communication and another person doesn't want a lot of communication, like this can create those distortions in vibration, right? And often that modality, this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, working through something, the ability to heal karma is identifying the circumstances or situations that caused wounds in the first place. Like that ability of doing so, the recognition. And I keep on hearing the message of, again, that doesn't mean, like, that doesn't mean we have to, you have to understand forgiveness. This is why we say you can forgive, but you don't necessarily need to bring someone back into the space where they used to formerly exist within, right? The understanding of the nature of a relationship helps us build the correct energetic distance from the self that we feel is energetically safe. And our ability to judge that distance is what I'm seeing here. This is the context of feeling safe in relationship, because when we're in a space where we identify what we mean to another, we hold that space sacredly in whatever space it exists within, right? We don't compare it. We don't start scrutinizing it. And this is often why I also see that this could be relationships that are potentially working into the context of something falling into separation, because that ability of over scrutiny, right? And this is why often when we start comparing our relationship to others, we're effectively projecting, right? Because it's the space of identifying, not appreciating what something is, but trying to make it something that it isn't. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, moving into these energies in separation, I feel like a lot of the energy in separation right now, we're moving into temperance. So these are, and what do we have with temperance relationships? These are relationships that honor the sanctity of what it is we create between one another, and that ability of doing so, it feels, I keep on hearing, it feels supportive, because for a lot of the energy in that space, and this is why I'm not surprised to see this occurring with Cancer season. There's something to be notated about the journey of the relationship that allows the context of having the internal world, right? It's not the space that you have to, like I keep on hearing, you can have an authentic relationship and still have an internal world, right? It's a lot of that type of energy. I feel like some of these new relationships are moving into, but I keep on seeing that, like, something about that feels very beautiful, because I feel like there's something very peaceful in that. I keep on hearing the energy say, I just feel very comfortable with you, right? It's that comfortability that one has in the ability of just being one's authentic self and not feeling like one must perform the act of the self. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Swords in combination with our Hangman and it's upright. There's that Seven of Swords, and we had the Seven of Swords up yesterday. There's a lot of cards that are similar, a lot of cards coming out that we had yesterday. You can see yesterday's full spread over on the Substack. Now, here's the thing about it, and this is what I meant in relationality to some of that audacity being relieved, because it's more of the conversation of the appreciation and understanding the context by which trauma occurs. So when we're in healthy relationship, right? Our I keep on hearing, when we're in healthy relationship, it almost sometimes feels absurd to articulate upon a standard, right? Like, this is often, remember how I said, like, some of that magician energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, like in the space of saying, why did you feel you needed to say that to me? Obviously, like, that is the identification and articulation point in recognizing what it feels like when we enter the presence of someone who holds our standards as we would our own, right? It is the sanctity by which we identify a standard, and how other person like experiences that feels like the energy that recognizes one another, because it is the unified approach in relationality to looking at something and almost saying to one another, why, what did you experience that made you feel that you had to articulate that? You know, there's a lot of intimate conversations I see that are coming up right now. There's a lot of that work, right? And I keep on hearing like the trauma that tells on itself. And this is sometimes that like what's so difficult, because that ability, like the courtesy that we extend by means or by way of understanding the depth of something that we've experienced. This is why often the ability to articulate standards feels like a reclamation, because often the hard part about having standards is trauma will try to punish you for having them, right? Trauma will, if you're in, and this is why we talk about some things can only be healed via proximity, because if you're in a space where no one has standards and you're the only person holding standards, you're going to look like the odd person out, right? Like you're going to be the ugly duckling. You're going to be the one that looks like they're not necessarily energetically aligned. But that's why we see that being able to do that work, right? And this is what I meant with that Mars in Virgo. Mars in Virgo is a lot about the reclamation of standards insofar as going through something and working towards the space of saying the identification point of doing so. And this is why I want to say there's also some like Chiron messages coming through. This is often talking about the fact that some wounds we don't heal from. I know that's difficult, but this is what we've been talking about when it comes to trauma. Trauma doesn't go away. There's no context by which trauma leaves us. Trauma is the pain that sticks. It's kind of along for the ride, right? And yesterday we had a beautiful card that came up when we were talking about trauma in combination with the Seven of Swords, right? Because we see here that with the Seven of Swords, like this is often what it feels like when we're leaving like difficult situations, like we're carrying all that pain in our hands. But then we saw the energy move into the Fool card, right? And the moving into the Fool card is beautiful because it's the articulation of, again, the moment where we understand that the trauma is carried with us, right? But it's behind us, right? It's how we carry it that allows us to be able to heal it, right? And that's the thing about it. Often there's a misconception of waiting for the trauma to go away. And what's happening for a lot of the energy that's entering divine union right now, it's the observation that they feel very much the same. It's not like you find the healthy partnership and then poof, all the trauma goes away. And often that's the thing about it. You continue to do the work to heal from it by continuing to feel the same triggers, right? The same memories that come back to the surface, but it's how you choose to address them, right? Welcome to that Pluto retrograde, right? The ability or the recognition point in being able to kind of face something that may have felt like it debilitated you before, but to do so with the strength of self in order to be able to work towards something in a way that feels like it empowers, instead of working in a way that feels like it creates that anxiety or creates that doubt or creates that fear. Continuing to get clarification between our Star card in combination with our Six of Swords in its upright. Queen of Pentacles. We've got there's a lot of feminine energy right now on the table, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I think that this is really beautiful as it relates to the harmony between masculine and feminine right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, because what we're effectively seeing here is, and the reason, and I think it's like very beautiful, masculine is on the table here, but masculine is very much in the hangman position. Now, we like to see the hangman position because, and we talk a lot about this in the tarot church classes, the beautiful thing we see with the hangman is, what is around the head of the hangman? There's a halo there. There's the enlightenment point. Because this is what happens for a lot of, this is what the masculine continues to work towards. This is what it feels like for masculine that has found the ability to feel the breadth of emotions, right? To feel everything that one feels, but not be reactive to it. I talk a lot about this when we study this card in the tarot church classes. Does this person look like they're struggling? No, they look like they're dancing. They look at energetic peace, because this is what we talk about in relationality to non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean the quality and characteristic of being able to turn the emotions off. That's easy. The ability to feel the full breadth of experience, but not to feel led by the emotions, right? Because when we lead with the emotions, we break things. The emotions don't hold the map. But when masculine is able to observe the emotions, feels the ability to be able to sit in the seat of the self and feel the wave of the emotions, the masculine is then able to still have the clarity of insight, the clarity of the sight of the self to guide the direction of what it is that they're feeling. So this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, this is the masculine building into the context of being able to be, I keep on hearing, very present to the feminine, right? I feel like this is a lot of masculine, like working on practicing energetic active listening, if you will. It's like a lot of masculine, like working on active listening, because the ability to actively listen is the ability to be present and to be able to observe, like I keep on hearing the like the and what happens, look at this, what happens when the masculine is able to observe and be energetically like active, like the active listening. What is the gift that the masculine receives? The full facets, the full facets of the feminine, being able to see feminine in all of their aspects, right? And so this is also the feminine that's doing that work. And the thing about, I keep on hearing, for a lot of the feminine right now, this is a lot of that energetic integration point in relationality to not feeling like they need to fit into the contortion of another person's experience of them, right? This is a lot of the feminine energy that is working out like the space that says like what like like the space that often feminine feels that desire to fit in, right? Often feminine feels that pressure to fit into a mold, right? And so for a lot of the feminine doing that work, coming into that space where one is able to articulate the expansion of the self in all of its facets. This is a lot of that. This is a lot of that energy that we saw with Mercury and Jupiter moving into Cancer, which is working on, right? And I keep on seeing for masculine, this is for both masculine and feminine energy. This is both inner child healing, because this is the beauty of the relationship. Like this is a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union. This is the masculine that says, I feel energetically safe in the embrace of the feminine, because this is the feminine that sees that allows me, right, to be in the experience of having emotions, right? Does not punish me for having them, does not consider me weak for articulating them. But this is the masculine that says, when feminine holds me in a space that I can feel and express my emotions in healthy ways, I feel energetically blessed. And for feminine, this is the feminine that says, if this is the masculine that accepts the feminine in all of their facets, right? Isn't looking for a feminine just to serve them from the point of need, but is looking for the healthy energetic counterpart that allows for that expansion point. Both that we see that this is feminine that feels like they flourish in that relationship, and masculine that feels like they can finally fall back into the embrace of someone that is caring for them emotionally, because they're being emotionally held. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Six of Wands in combination with our Four of Swords, we have here our Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Now, as you mentioned, this is interesting too, because you will recall yesterday we had the Wheel of Fortune out as well. And yesterday, the Wheel of Fortune was a little bit more to the side. It's back here now, and it's in its reversal, and just move deeper into the reading itself. And this is what This here, this is a perfect identification point of what we're talking about with some of that shift of Mars into Virgo. And what does the shift of Mars into Virgo say to us, right? Often there are those who see vulnerability and assume it is weakness, right? But the thing is, when we are energetically empowered by the space or the position that we occupy, we don't see, like, it's the understanding that vulnerability is an energetic choice, right? The vulnerability that we give to others is a gift. And so that's why we see that, like, a lot of the messages that we experience with Mars in Virgo is talking about the preciousness of vulnerability, right? And that preciousness of vulnerability is one that we understand is not, it's, I keep on hearing, it's not unconditional. Why is it not? Why is it not unconditional? Because your vulnerability is a gift, right? When we have, that's why when we build into relationships, we often, they see sides of us that others do not see, because when, and it's not that we're completely different if we're in a healthy space, but the vulnerability by which we extend to another feels like a gift, because when we are giving gifts, it's because we are exceptional, it's because we excel. So the ability to excel in that vulnerability is one that is met in that space. So everything I keep on seeing that occurs in that modality is articulated and built upon the fact that it's not something that, it's not, we don't give the same, thing to everybody, right? And this is what I meant in relationality, some of this energy that is, like, a lot of the magician energy right now is transiting into union. And for a lot of energy right now that is in separation, this is why I feel like a lot of that energy is moving into temperance right now. Because temperance, and we talked a lot about this with the card that appeared yesterday, and I talk about this in my tarot church classes. We see on that cup two cups that are being, the water's being moved between the cups, right? And what happens when we move water between the cups? This is often what we do in conversation, right? We are able, and you have to remember a time when we didn't have a way to purify water. When you couldn't purify water, you could move it between cups because that's how you could remove sediment from it. So that ability, when you think about it in that way, you can think about the fact that a healthy relationship is one that helps us sift the sediment from our cups, right? They help us go through the stuff that's within us that is probably off the mark, like something that's not necessarily like for us, and they help us find that deeper truth, right? And this is why we have those energetically precious conversations, because it often feels like we're sorting through. You ever have a conversation where it feels like you're sorting through something, or you feel energetically relieved after you had it? Because then that's why those type of relationships are such that you can't have them with everybody. Often you have them with someone who holds a clear mirror to the self. So someone that you identify and recognize holds the same energetic standards as you yourself hold, right? Because when we feel in a space that we can be our vulnerable self, and we have the security in knowing someone will hold our standards as we do our own, we can have those clarifying conversations that help us sift through something that is supportive to the self, something that is true of the self, versus something that we may have picked up about the self that isn't necessarily healthy or supportive. This is what the trauma does, right? Because when we're in unhealthy spaces, it requires us to imbibe truths about the selves that are not best for us, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that is working through, right? Like, this is building into the preciousness of the self. And there's a lot of energetic discernment that is occurring in those spaces, because, and this is why we talk about why we should never build into relationships without having clarity as it relates to manifestation goals. Because the ability of understanding what direction we're headed, this is often what can tear into the fabric of our experience, right? It's that there's never are we in more danger relationship wise than when we say the words, let's just see where this goes, because everybody has a manifestation goal. let's just see where this goes is not indicative in the fact that there isn't a manifestation goal, but the ability to articulate upon the manifestation goal allows us to calibrate between what it is that we're identifying that we want to embody and what direction that we're moving in. Because often what happens, how do we create trauma? When we build an energetic connection with someone, and then we figure out we want very different things. But now you got that now you got that pesky energetic connection, and you got two energies pulling in very different ways. And that's what we would call a karmic connection, right? It's the vibration of two forces trying to pull against each other, trying to pull each other onto path work, but they don't necessarily want to be on that path work. And that's why I keep on hearing that, like, the reason I see some energy right now moving into temperance as it relates to relationships is I keep on hearing this energy that says, come to me karmically correct or karmically not at all, which is saying, state your business, be embodying your manifestations, be intentional with what it is that you articulate in order to avoid a situation where we build into an emotional bond only to figure out that we're going to be pulling each other in oppositional directions every step of the way. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union between our 4 of swords and it's upright in combination with that 7 of swords and it's upright, yeah, there's that 5 of pentacles. This is more of the work that we see that is happening in relationality to the embodiment of the point of these energies right now. These are some of those magician partnerships that are moving into divine union. And I keep on seeing it's a lot of that relief. I see this energy starting to move towards each other with much more rapidity now. Why? Because this is the energy that's almost apologizing for the delay, because that apologizing for the delay was the articulation of saying, I hope you'll forgive me, but I've experienced relationality or relationships where someone said that they desired something, and then lo and behold, that did not ring true in their person, right? Or they didn't embody the manifestation, which is the energy that says their words didn't match their action. It's easy to say that one wants something, but when one is talking about a manifestation, but you're not doing anything to move towards it, you're not moving in the direction of all the things you have to embody to do it, you're just wishing for things, right? And manifestations are wishes we walk towards. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Pentacles and our Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. There's that temper. There it is. I knew they were going to come out. We got the temperance card here. So that's like, that is the message that's amplifying for a lot of the energy in separation right now, right? I keep on hearing the mantra for a lot of the energy in separation right now is manifestations are wishes we walk towards, which is why we don't look at each other and go, I wish there was something between us, right? And sometimes we'll have others do this. We'll have energy that comes up to us and goes, I wish there was something. I wish that something was different. And you just look at them and be like, but you're not doing anything to make it different. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a situation wherein you look towards another and just articulate the desire that something be different. A manifestation is a wish that you walk towards. It's something that you facilitate doing. It's something that you move in alignment with. So that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy right now, that ability of doing so, that recognition point, that fortification, this is what I keep on hearing. And this is what I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy in separation, embodied manifestations. This is why they're coming into temperance energy, because embodied manifestations articulate that it's easy to say, that you want something. It's an entire different situation to move in accordance with it. And if you're not, like, again, if you say you want a healthy relationship, but you don't facilitate consistent communication, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, if you say you want a healthy relationship, but then you articulate that another person asking for things is needy, what are you doing? You know what I mean? It's a lot of that space that understands that it's easy to articulate upon the things that we aspire about, but the ability to go into detail, to disassemble is what I keep on hearing. The words of what we say to understand what we really mean. I would not be surprised that energy right now is not just allowing one to rest on saying, yeah, I want a relationship. Be like, a relationship, everybody, everything's a relationship. I'm having a relationship with all of you right now. We're all in a relationship together. It's the nature of the relationship that is important to discern. And so I see that this is a lot of the energy of in separation that is going into temperance, because it is the combination of force that says, please expound upon that. Like, walk me through it. Give me the details so I understand better and make sure that you mean the same thing that I mean in relationality to what it is that we're talking about. So this is why I keep on, and I got to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there's some energy that's meeting and encountering someone and they're going, what do you mean by that? And they're going, bye-bye. They're going, bye-bye. Because and that's what I can see. So if someone's like scratching their head and being like, I want a relationship, and someone's saying, can you go into detail? And they're going, no, they're going, but like, or what is a relationship? And this brings us into a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union, clarification between our wheel of fortune in its reversal and our 5 of pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. There's that 4 of cups in its reversal. This is why here's the thing about it. I feel like there's some magician energy right now that's moving into divine union. They're saying like full stop. And why are they? But they're saying full stop in the best way possible, right? Because that's often how it feels in relationality to encountering, right? You will meet many on the journey to a manifestation. Articulate the fact that they want the manifestation that you do. It's not about the articulation of a manifestation. A manifestation is not about what looks like the manifestation. It is what feels right. It is the embodied manifestation. And that is why we talk a lot about the fact that it's very important that when you're building into healthy manifestations, you don't get too particularly attached on an individual. Because if you want someone, the universe is going to say, you can have that person. You can have them. But I can't guarantee you it's going to feel the way you want it to feel. I can't guarantee you it's going to feel the way you want it to feel. You want that person, it's going to be conditional. This is what happens. It is the recognition, and this is a choice that we make, right? The recognition is, imagine a scenario situation where you can have anyone, right? You can have anyone you desire, but the conditions by which you have to enter that relationship may not feel like the manifestation that you aspire. It might feel something wholly, completely different. But this is why when we build into healthy relationship, we don't look towards what looks like our manifestation. We identify the embodied manifestation. Feels good is good. Looks right is right. The internalization of the point where something is not just something that feels like it looks like it on the surface level, but within the space of the self, it feels like one is moving in accordance to something that nourishes the self. And that's why I keep on hearing healthy relationship is good medicine, because it feeds you, it supports you. And that's a space where we're feeling energetically cared for. Unhealthy relationships are ones that make us feel like something is missing, or contorts us into things that we don't desire and aspire to be or do. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, moving into divine union, this is the energy that is working. Like, I want you to see this. Like, this is the energy that's releasing the aggravation and frustration of a lot of things that may have felt like the energy that felt like they were moving towards something. But again, and this is what I meant about that space. Remember when I told you that there's a lot of energy that's coming into divine union right now that is healing and understanding the difference between critique and criticism? That when another person sees us in the modality where they feel like they just want us to fit a role in their life, right? They'll often start to criticize us and be like, you're not acting right. You're not acting the way my manifestation would act. You have to, like, it's like a lot of that, like that poking, right? The adjustment point in relationality to trying to like change someone in a way that they don't necessarily want to change. And that's why, again, we've been talking a lot about the fact that the lesson that's been coming through in Gemini season right now is don't come into relationship if you don't want to be changed. Don't come into relationship if you don't want to be changed. Change is the only name. Like relationship it is a ship. It changes you. It moves you. But when we're in unhealthy relationship, it feels like it contorts us. It feels like it bends us in ways that we don't desire to be bent. It feels like it breaks us. But when we're in healthy relationship, that same transformation occurs, but it moves us in accordance with our own higher self. It feels like it moves us closer to what it is that we aspire for. It is the ability of finding that the exceptional or the excellence of a relationship that sees us clearly and helps us aspire towards our highest forms. So that's why it's very important, right? This is why we don't go to relationship. We do not, you cannot say to me, you know what, a little relationship will fix me. A relationship will not fix you. Okay? You fix the more you work on the self, you are able to find a relationship that meets you at the level that you have healed yourself. This is the gift that we find. So that ability of continuing to do the work on the self, this is why I see this energy in separation. And why do we talk about the fact that even these readings can be seen either on outside of the self, something that is occurring outside of the self, or something that is occurring within? Because when we heal the energy that we experience within, we heal the relationships outside of ourself in the process. You fix the inside, you get the outside in check, right? And that is something that is continual, and that work never ends. And this is why we also identify that, again, even in relationship, healing is not linear because the work changes. These are the energies that all of that work they had to do to become strong. They're now working to release, because those same standards, those same barriers that got you into the relationship are now the ones that stand in the way of building into the more intimate connection. So we see even now, like a lot of that energy going into that inner child's healing. And this is why we see that for a lot of energy right now, deep within divine union, a lot of that work, a lot of those experiences is allowing for the reshaping of the manifestation goal. Are these energies that are getting rid of the manifestation goal entirely? No. A healthy manifestation is one that opens us, we arrive to it and the possibilities. So I can see even now there's a point of those expansions in relationality to the adaptation of manifestations based upon and built upon the maturation of the relationship itself. Final card for today's spread between our Temperance card and our Four of Cups in its reversal. The Tower card. And I know how you guys feel. I know how you guys feel about the Tower card, okay? But we are not, I want to stress this, okay? I want to stress this. The Tower card is not something to be feared, right? Because the Tower card is working into the concept and the aspect of identifying and recognizing the work that it takes to heal the self, right? That is something that often feels energetically continual. It's something that we continue to put our work in. It is something that we're always working on healing. And often, and this is what we talk about, right? It is embracing, it is coming into the space of embracing our anxiety. It's coming into the space of embracing our fear. This is what we talk about in relationality to shadow work, right? It's not like, I know the word shadow work sounds really, woo, it's not. Like shadow work is being able to navigate and to face and to work through those hurdles, to work through those difficulties. And often, and this is the thing that happens, right? Like, and I keep on seeing here, this is why it feels so profound for a lot of the energy that's doing this work. For a lot of the energy that we see, the reason that we feel that there's so much of that release that's happening here is for energy in separation. When we are going through the process of healing from trauma, it can feel devastating. And often the first thing we experience is audacity, because often, what did we tell us that happens in trauma-informed spaces? They try to heal us from things that are not to be healed from, right? it's often the space, it's a continuation of understanding. Like this is a lesson that says the trauma will try to get you to imbibe things about the self that are not true, right? And often in those moments that we heal, it's the recognition point, right? It's not the fact that there isn't something that you need to heal, but it's often the disorientation and recognizing that what another person was asking you to heal wasn't necessarily something that was supportive to the self, but something that was conditional in order to maintain a relationship that did not feel best for the self. And that's why I kept on saying the first thing you will, like, this is the conversation that we said that said the first thing you will feel as you continue to heal is often the audacity, because it's the recognition point between the healing. It's sifting through, right? It's sifting through the work of the difference between something that you're like, yeah, that's something I have to work on. That's a me problem. That's something I got to get better at, versus those modalities or experiences that you say, that was not mine to carry. That was someone else trying to project their trauma on me. That was someone else trying to shift to move me into something that felt appropriate to them, not to the self, right? Well, and this is why we see that for a lot of the energy in separation, that is like, this is the commitment to the self that says, right, utilizing that discernment that says, I keep on hearing transformation in positive ways, right? The embracing, like this is the pledge to the self that says only, like this is like, look, like I love these two cards in combination, right? Because the Tower with the Temperance says that is the commitment to the self that says moving forward, only change in ways that feel like they're beneficial to the self, letting go of what's not. While for masculine and feminine that are moving deeper into divine union right now, again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. This is a lot of that same energy that is doing that work to recognize and identify the fact. And this is the pain point. This is the energy that says the trauma, it's never going away. It doesn't. It doesn't go away. You carry it with you. If it could go away, it wouldn't be trauma. Trauma is the pain that sticks. But we talked about it, right? The journey of healing from trauma is not about the release of it. It's how you carry it. It's the ability to find the way to carry it. And so I see even now that this is the energy that, again, understands that the healthy relationship is not the relationship that goes, poof, all the trauma went away. I stopped thinking about it. I don't think about it. It's the fact that you're able to understand the difference between what you hold on to because it hurt you versus what you hold on to because it feeds you and nourishes you and supports you. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is what I see in relationality to that expansion point, because I keep on seeing that like there's a lot of this transformation quality and some of that energy deep within, because you'll remember that for a lot of these chariot partnerships that were coming together, that ability of having stability in that way, it feels almost like it's like off to the races, because it's like the energy that's almost saying like I like we cannot experience, sometimes we cannot predicate how we will feel when we enter a manifestation. And so that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of that Tower energy is the understanding of the transformation of the self that feels like I keep on hearing the constant delight and surprise of perpetually arriving. But it's the perpetual arriving to the self that you don't know what you're going to move towards, but you know the direction that it's headed. You understand the direction that feels like it's energetically best for you. And it's interesting because these two cards in combination, even though the Fool card isn't out, I feel like this is a lot of the energy deep within divine union moving from Wheel of Fortune into Fool energy, because these two cards in combination are pretty much the Fool. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, Ace of Wands. Now this is intriguing. I just want to double check. Yes, so yesterday we had the Four of Wands in its upright bottom of the deck. The Ace of Wands in its upright. I keep on, here's the thing. There's something really important. I keep on hearing the message with this bottom of the deck. The difference, the difference between, and this was coming through yesterday, the difference between a pipe dream and a plan is a date. is what I keep on hearing. The difference between a pipe dream and a plan is a date, is what I keep on hearing, because it's the space of understanding the recognition of what it is that we put our force of effort in. And so I feel like the thing about the energy, and I got to tell you, it's all of this, like, it's this double force right now of the double force of like Mercury and Jupiter being in Cancer. It's like, I want to tell you, like, we often hit these moments with Gemini season that can feel like, it can feel almost like the paradox of choice, which is like there's so many things happening. It can sometimes feel like you're not sure which direction to head into. So I just want to remind you, if you're feeling like that right now, I want you to go inward, not outward. I want you to start channeling some of those lessons of Cancer season, because this is the message that we often happen. Like, remember, each sign helps us with the next like lesson. So Gemini often comes here to navigate the paradox of choice, right? And often having so many choices, it can feel like they destabilize us because we don't know what direction to go into. But what is Cancer calling us to do? Don't look at what's around you. Look what's within. Like, find the pathwork within, get that down, and then look around you and see what matches that. So if you're feeling a little bit of that right now, if you're feeling a little energetically overwhelmed, if you feel like you're being pulled in a lot of directions, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to meditate. And I want you to try to find that pathwork. And then open your eyes and see, like, look, like, see what feels like it moves you in accordance to it. And I think that a lot of that is also going to help right now as it relates to conversations, both in relationality to relationship, but also just in general with working through a lot of this energetic frustration, right? That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the temperance card. What am I saying? Not on the temperance card. Who attended our recent class. Yeah, what am I saying? Yes, on the temperance card. Sorry, I got confused. On the temperance card, our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST. 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Also, as a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. If you become a founding member, you will have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join those classes. Because you'd have about 4 classes per week leading into our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you have access to the library, you'll also have a discounted rate on the full year's worth of readings. You'll also have access to, if you choose to receive one, a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber or to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which give you recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in cards and article format. I just released one about working through the Sagittarius full moon that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the keys and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. As I mentioned, we're going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Scooby. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting a free reading. And Little Vamp, you came in second, so you will also have an additional card pulled in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is now open. We do dream interpretations here, highest priority messages from spirit. We also do life path readings. We do, hold on a minute. We also do, you can find the full list of things that we read for over on my tree that has Binks in it in my Lyo. Also, friends, we're at 20.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I mean 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Catherine. Why do I keep seeing a crab? Is it because, yes, it's because, well, yes. I would definitely say it probably has a lot to do with the fact that Mercury and Jupiter are in Cancer right now. And thank you for sharing the live channeling. User, girl, I'm in my head bad, especially about my relationship and who I am as a person. Well, you know, I got to tell you, with a lot of the Gemini energy that we're experiencing right now, user can lead to a lot of overthinking. But if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to help read and give some guidance in terms of how to get over some of that difficult headspace you're in. Yes, exactly, Evox, little boxes of ticky-tacky. That was like, I got to tell you, like, all of that energy there, I feel like a lot of it was like, I feel like a lot of it was just having to do with like Pluto and Capricorn. You know, we were talking a lot about this when Pluto transited into Aquarius, right? Which is like the desire, no more boxes. You know what I mean? Like no little boxes. Chief's mama is so uncomfortable. I'm facing that I neglected to have oversight. I'm sending you so much support, Chiefs. But I got to point out, if you're recognizing something, it's giving you the ability to move through something. Okay. And thank you, Minnie, for those cards. Thank you, Heart, for the follow. Erica, thank you for the follow as well. Ruby, thank you so much for that gift. Grand Rising, Haley, so good to see you. And I'm so glad that this is spot on, Chiefs. And love you. Thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Bradley, thank you for the follow. To resub, Minnie, You should just be able to hit the subscription and resub from there. Oh, wait, I did that, I think. Okay, no problem, Minnie. Good job. Absolutely resonates. Thank you, Michelle. Bradley, I'm reshaping masculinity has been so hard when society wants you to be one way. No, absolutely, Bradley. And we put so much credit to the masculine energy that's working to do that. It's no small feat, you know. So sending you support if you're experiencing that. And thank you for those roses. Formerly, thank you for sharing the live. Carolyn, thank you for sharing the live. I hope, yep, thank you as well. And thank you, Baddest, for the gifts. And thank you as well, Hannah. Guys, make sure you recharge your heart needs today. If you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, when we get to one card readings for subscribers, it's the only thing I have to watch. Sending you support, Ski. And Evie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Wit, thank you for the follow. Unhealed trauma is real. It's always real, Cappy. Continue forward with it. Bogey, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you for the compliment, Wit. Thank you as well, Little Vamp. And Carolyn, thank you for those gifts. Bridget, there must be something you love about this. Because, oh, yeah, right, I thought the same thing. You know, it was I like to point out, somebody just continues to post something like that in the live. And I always want to be like, yet you're still here. You know what I mean? Hi there, you know, how are you doing today? All right. Hi there, Logan. Yes, it's not just you, dear. And Mother, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Alves. And thank you for sharing the live. Star, thank you for the follow. Thank you for that heart, Alves. And Amanda, thank you for the follow. Cardinals, yes, it triggered them bad. Sending you support. Lori, if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Rainbow, thank you for those ice creams. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ryan. And just a reminder to those joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list right now for a personal reading, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio as well. Right, change requires changing? Question mark. And Jillian, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Parasocial relationships. Yes, I feel like that's going to be the word channeling for a lot of this Cancerian energy. You know? Hi there, Anthony. Anthony, is Anna the one? I'm happy to read for you on that, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to do an energy read on that. Scooby, when we manifest a new person. Nikki, thank you for getting on the list, dear. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. Lolo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Where were we, Scooby? When we manifest a new person for a relationship, have details what you want. How do you walk to it? Yes. So I would say the best thing to do is focus and write down what it feels like. Thank you for that gift, Scooby. Right? Making sure that you're taking the time to just kind of write and articulate not just what someone looks like, but what it feels like on the day-to-day, what the shape of it is. Don't get so, like, you know, you can articulate upon appearances, but don't get too rigid about them. Right? Like the thing I like to point out, the thing about a good manifestation is you prioritize the things that are most important, right? Because when you prioritize the things that are most important, you're working with the universe because you're letting the universe surprise you. You know what I mean? Like, and say, like, you can say, like, in your manifestation, look, you can surprise me with these parts. Like, this is like, you know, like, allow for that context of saying, like, I am looking forward to finding out, like, the shape that this takes. I'm looking forward to discovering what that looks like or what that brings out with, and also talk about what you hope it brings out within you, you know? I hope that helps, dear, and looking forward to our reading. And Leonora, thank you for subscribing. Good to see you. Exactly. Thank you, Shay. Transformed and moving towards change relationship. Tap to claim. Dylan, thank you for the follow. Christina, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Prime. Welcome. It's a nice spread. I'll point out, like, I would describe that as such today. Alexandra, whenever I see the tower, it's usually because I recognize I'm in the middle of it or witnessing it. Well, and I also like to point out, it's not, you'll remember what I said about working through, like, embracing the not has been like a major message this year, which is like the space that says, like, you don't have to be accepting of everything, right? Like, I keep on hearing, being forgiving does not mean that you're accepting of everything. I keep on hearing like, don't mistake kindness for weakness. And I feel like that's what we see a lot with the Temperance and the Tower card, you know? I have to put in the work for manifesting. Continue to do so. Someone else's metamorphosis. I like that too. It's always a beautiful thing to see it as a marker of transformation. And again, and I always like to stress this, and I stress this with my students too. We never just want to assume that a card is positive or negative. But I'll tell you right now, look, like if I got to see the Tower, I want to see these two cards together, right? Like, because this is like the angelic guidance being like, like this is the blessing of a tower. Like this is a message that says sometimes we move away from something and we don't understand why until we're at a safe distance. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. Maria, thank you for the compliment. And Melinda, thank you for sharing the live. Sending you so much support on that journey, Scooby. I am not Elizabeth. Hi there, Scooby. Lovely. Pipe dream verse plan, a date. At least a slice of pizza. I like that. I'm so glad to hear that, Scooby. And thank you for recharging your heart, Mies Rainbow. Good to see you today. How you doing, dear? Amazing. Thank you, Carolyn, for the heart puffs. Thank you, Bridget, for the confirmation. You have a great day, Carolyn. Temperance. I love the Temperance card out here. Kimoy, you're so welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Maria, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Scooby. You're so welcome, Rye. You're so welcome. We do not do we don't do free birthday readings here, Shawnee. But if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you, and I'm wishing you birthday blessings. Hi there, little vamp. Congratulations. We also do free one card readings for subscribers. Ruby, thank you for the follow. So a crab yesterday. We had a lot of those messages coming through yesterday, Scooby. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Haley. And Ruby, thank you for helping me reach my crown goal. I'm happy to read for you on that, Ruby. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 6th person read for. And Sarah, thank you for the follow. Hi there. Thank you as well. Dodecahedron. I like that. Hi there, Sarah. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Shawnee, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Scooby. I hope you're having a great day too, Michelle. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. Thank you for the compliment on my tat soul. And Sarah, could you do readings for my friend? I can definitely do mediumship readings here, Sarah. Again, I will stress, that might be something too that you may, especially if it's fresh energy, we may want to move that into a private setting. Because I will say that those who I want to send you so much support on that journey. But often when somebody's recently transitioned, there can be a lot that comes up. So that's just something to take into consideration. But yes. All right. We're going to get started on personal readings. We are at 21.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Whose cards are these? Oh. Yeah. Shape of manifestation. Yes. No, I am. No, I like, listen, honestly, Heather, with all of these feminine cards out, like that's almost the shape I would see the feminine energy in right now. Excellent, Scooby. All right. We are going to get started. This is for whoever the first person I'm reading for is. We are going to get started. The first person I'm reading for today is Amanda. And Amanda, you've got an additional card coming in as well. Thank you for being the first person on the list. No, they've. Yeah, but Sarah, so again, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you on that. I will say that this came out, which was like, I do feel like this was a card for you, which feels like a point of reassurance and relationality to the fact that they're in a safe space is what I'm hearing. Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you had some kind of message come through from them already is what I'm getting. We are going to get started. So before we begin, I am going to tell you, we are going to do an intuition check. So if anybody, what we'll do right now is I am going to be pulling an animal spirit card. Just bear with me a moment. All right. So we're going to be doing an animal spirit guide reading right now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to be pulling a card here. We're doing an intuition check. I'm going to count down from 10. go ahead and put your suggestions into the chat and we'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fox! Oh, Erin, you got it. Good job, Erin. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. So some kind of flying bird, as opposed to a non-flying bird. All right, we're gonna do Little Vamp. You're the first person on our list today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific? Yes, they did. And again, I just want to let you know, and thank you for confirming you already got a message. I did want to impress. The reason that card came out was they wanted to confirm. I feel like you were questioning whether it was from them. They were confirming and saying that it was, is what I was seeing. All right. Oh, the other Amanda, apologies. Okay, the Amanda that got on, thank you for confirming that little. Yeah, Curly, you can absolutely get on the list. I am looking for the Amanda that got on the list. Second call for the, you're so welcome, Sarah. I mean, I'm not going to, I wanted to let that card came out, so I needed to share it with you. All right, Rainbow. No, but I think that, no, there's something important about that. I think that it's a good, I know you're making a joke, but like, it says to me, like, especially, I got to point out, especially with all of this feminine on the table, like it's a conversation about the feminine being multifaceted, you know? All right, second call right now for Amanda. If Amanda is not here, the next person on the list for today is Kay. I'm looking for Kay. Madge, Kay, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, it was the fox. You got it, Erin. And Sarah, thank you for sharing the live. Financial reading. I got you, dear. Okay, can I get 3 cards, please? And just hold on, let me just put the offer here. For anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Bear with me a moment. There we go. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. All right. And if you would like to see today's full spread, I will be posting it over on the Substack when we post the podcast later today. Thank you, April. That's kind of you. All right. Can I get 3 cards, please? Highest priority, please, for Kay. There's something really important coming through with this message, Kay. And it has to do with like sinking a lot of money into something, is what I'm getting. There's something I keep on hearing about like making sure that you're not going to effectively be pouring like everything like I keep on hearing making sure that you spread something out, making sure that you're not putting everything into a single thing is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like this is important because I have some kind of energy around you that feels a little bit like it feels a little bit like trust me energy, you know? like it feels a little bit like somebody like trying to articulate the desire to do something for you. Like I keep on hearing, no, no, just give me all your like no, just give me all you have and I'll do it for you, is all I keep on hearing. You know, there's something to be said here. And I feel like it's interesting because I know you're asking me, um, I know you're asking me for like something, a relation, like a reading based on finances, but it actually says to me it's a harder conversation because it feels like it's actually based on relationship, you know? And I keep on hearing like, I don't know why I keep on getting a message about like not mixing money and family. I just keep on hearing something about the reason we don't mix money and family is because because things start to tear apart, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like there's some kind of important message there. And I feel like that's what I meant in relationality, to almost like someone coming towards you and like trying to say in some way, shape, or form, like trust me, because it almost feels to me like there's something about that um I keep on hearing, if like the message is coming through is, if someone is giving you advice, look at how they live and ask yourself, is that what you want as well? Is what's really coming through. Because the thing I keep on seeing is, um, there's something about the fact of identifying and making sure that another person like prioritizes the same things that you yourself prioritize. And I feel like this is really important because I see something coming through for you where there's a lot of growth, there's a lot of opportunity. But the thing I keep on identifying is, it's I keep on hearing it's gonna take time. And when something takes time, you have to be energetically consistent in how you can do it. So that's why I keep on hearing, make sure you're not pouring like everything into a single thing and saying it's okay because that one thing's gonna land and it's gonna be like a huge breakthrough. But I keep on saying, like, I keep on hearing, think more about like a dozen little things that you can do that are going to like have a big impact, because I keep on hearing that there's something about I keep on hearing there's something about spreading news about something. There's something about being able to share something out in a bigger way. And everything I keep on seeing around it is, and I keep on identifying, like, the thing that's important is I see you going through, like, and I want to describe this, like, I see you going through a transformation process right now where you're kind of caught in between, which is saying like you're too, like, it's hard because I feel like it's also, it's funny because it feels more like a professional issue, which is saying, like, I see you kind of like in this space where you are trying to like move upwards, but like feeling a lot of the intensity of the pressure around you, but also like you've gotten you've gotten to you've gotten too big for something, is what I keep on hearing. So you're like, I feel like you're in, I keep on hearing like you're in some kind of liminal space financially that is related to where you are professionally. And that's what I meant about, make sure Make sure you're being clear on what it is that you're trying to do. Give someone I feel like you have to go around right now and you have to tell others what your vision is. I keep on hearing if you're able to articulate upon what your vision is, there are going to be those that are energetically supporting you. But that's what I meant in relationality, to make sure that you are identifying yourself correctly. Because I keep on hearing there's something about it that feels like an identification issue, like you don't fit into a niche. And because when you don't fit into a niche, you have to be really good at describing to others like what that is or what it is that you're trying to do. So I keep on hearing like like perfect pitch is what you need to look for right now, which is to say being able to identify and articulate what the things are that you're trying to do, in order to find those that say, I love that, I want to support that. I have some ideas in terms of how we can work together. But that's what I meant, is like, look for energy that says right now, I want to work with you, not energy that says trust me with everything, is one of the major overarching questions, like things that are coming through right now in financially. Like the energy that's going to be in alignment to you is saying, like, look, this is what we have to do, versus someone that says, like, trust me, is what I keep on hearing. Like, no trust me energy. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Um, make sure that you're not repeating a cycle, is what I'm getting. You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing something fun. If someone has let you down once, don't let them down again. And I keep on hearing, you know, it's okay. There's something about referrals, or being able to say, like, healthy energy will always say, don't take my word for it. It's being able to, like, walk around and get others' opinions, because I keep on hearing, like, make sure you're not doing anything financially where someone's telling you that there's like a really tight clock on it. Like, really, like, I keep on saying, avoid someone that's giving you some kind of like now or never on something. Because now or never, I keep on hearing now or never is the pressure of someone that doesn't want you. Like, now or never is the pressure of someone that doesn't want you looking into something, is what I keep on hearing. So make sure that the energy, like, I keep on hearing, like, energy that is good to work with is going to earn your trust. They're not going to demand it. And I keep on seeing there's something about what's going on around you financially, which is just saying to me, like, be conscientious who you're working with, in terms of energy that's willing to build trust instead of demanding it. That's coming from, really, in a big way. And especially, um, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word family around something, which is to say, like, and I like to point out the problem with doing something in a financial way with family is it has to be like, it sometimes makes it hard to scrutinize or question things, is all I keep on hearing, right? Because it's like, make sure someone's saying, like, oh, what, like, like it almost like I keep on hearing, don't, no handshakes, like, make sure that there's paper between you and another person in relationality. I keep on hearing paper will save you from an uncomfortable conversation, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Okay, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very, and I keep on, like, yeah, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. And yeah, you're so welcome, Kay. And like I said, like if someone says what, you don't trust me, like let that be your alarm bell. We shouldn't, I keep on hearing, we shouldn't trust any, that is the alarm bell is all I keep on hearing, which is like, it shouldn't, like, that is not an answer to a question. It's being able, I keep on hearing, like you saying, like, like trust, like I keep on hearing help, like trust your gut is what I see. And energy, I keep on hearing energy that wants to work with you is not going to demand, is not going to make you feel like a fool if you don't. They're going to say, like, I understand, like, I respect and understand your concerns. Like, no, none of the pushing and shoving is what I keep on seeing. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. All right. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. We are also at 22K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. It could be. I mean, rainbow, to a certain extent, it certainly could be. But I need to point out, this is often what happens with those internally, like with those system models as well. Hi there, Steve. I'm afraid I am not clear on what you meant by that message, dear. Perfect pitch. I hear Mars just went into Virgo? Yes, it did. It is. Mars into Virgo is really like perfect pitch energy. And Aura, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for those gifts, Kay. Oh, in writing. Exactly, Nikki. Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I feel like that my cousin is about to be my contractor and I'm waiting for the drama. Oh no. Sending you support. It's going to be fine. Gratitude to you as well, Kay. Hi there, Julia. Hi there, Jeremiah. How are you doing today? Oh, that's so kind of you, Chica. Thank you. All right, the next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for the Amanda that got on the list. If the Amanda that got on the list is not here, the next person we're reading for right now is Vidona. Is that what I wrote? Or Victoria? I can't tell if I wrote Victoria or Vidona because my handwriting is really good. I've got you. Yep, we're about to do another intuition check. Absolutely, Haley. Of course. Let me just confirm. I'm looking, Vidona or Victoria. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Victoria, thank you, dear. I apologize. My handwriting when I'm like when I'm reading it gets kind of messy. All right. I'm going to pull just let me know if you like a general or if you have a specific question. It's all right. You're not the only person that had a weird night of sleep last night, Rainbow. All right. I've got another spirit card here. I'm going to have a great day, Rainbow. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Congratulations to everyone who chose dragon. Well done. And Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We'll do that again next reading. Victoria, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? Also, friends, we are at 23.3K. We had a bunch of people get at that time. We are at 23.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be giving a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there over on the place where we keep the videos. How are you doing today, Yellow Rose? I'm glad to have you here. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list for a reading today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, I got you, Victoria. I want to see what's going on between me and S. Like basically are they closer to reaching out? Okay. Can I get 3 cards, please? I've got somebody thinking about it every day. I hear like I thinking about it every day, but doesn't know what to say. You know, like that's what I'm seeing here. I keep on hearing thinking about it every day, but doesn't know what to say. And I keep on hearing like I feel like there's somebody who's deeply hoping you'll reach out to them so that way they can like let it go. Like it feels like somebody who dipped out of something. You know, like this is giving me. I gotta stress. Was this a conversation about like a conversation shouldn't break over a simple question is what I keep on hearing. And if this is a situation where like some kind of simple question was someone saying that they felt like there was too much pressure being put on them, you know? Um, I keep on seeing like here's the thing about and I gotta stress this, I'll never understand this. Like this feels like someone on a journey that's trying to find themselves. And like finding the self is not interrupted by a healthy connection, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like it's giving me a little bit of Pinocchio energy. You know, it's giving me a little bit of this energy that's like, you're not gonna get any strings on me, and being like relationship, like, it's like it's not like and I gotta stress this. It feels like you and them went into some like I keep on hearing somebody saying I wasn't like looking for like here's like never are we in more danger than when someone says I'm not looking for anything serious because everything becomes serious. You know what I mean? Like when someone says I'm not looking for anything serious, they're literally about to say if you have feeling like if you develop feelings, I'm going to go away. You remember that is what I keep on hearing. When someone says, I'm not looking for anything serious, what they're really saying is, if you develop feelings, I'm going to go away. And then I'm going to blame you for having them. But here's the thing there is no condition that we do not build into relationship and develop feelings for each other. You know what I mean? Like that is what I keep on seeing here. And I keep on seeing like I feel like again, a healthy relationship is one that does not defy definition. A healthy relationship is not one that defies definition. And so I feel like, I see somebody who departed over an inevitable question. So like are they thinking about coming back? Yeah. But the important thing I think you need to ask yourself like when they come back is and I feel like they're whatever this was, they're gonna just like they're gonna drop in out of the blue. They're gonna say hello. And if you try to bring up whatever it was that caused the rift in the first place, they're going to be like, "Oh, you're still going on about that? Forget it." You know? Like this is not I keep on hearing your manifestation goals. You asking for clarity is not a bridge too far. But I think that the question you need to have in relationality to this person is are they truly in a space that they're prioritizing anyone in their life? Because I see someone who has a lot of energy around them. And I see someone who has some kind of anxiety that if they start prioritizing someone, they're worried about opportunities going away. So I would just be conscientious about that. And I keep on hearing like none of this Like none like none of this, like none of this accepted how it is kind of thing is what I keep on seeing. Because everything I keep on, I see someone who definitely feels like they still have a relationship with you, but I see someone who's literally waiting out to see if you're like you'll cool your heels about something, you know? Like I keep on like it's not like I see somebody who's like, oh, I'm gonna step away because something's getting too hot and heavy. It like not no chill out energy is what I keep on hearing. You know, like you can't. Yeah, I keep on hearing you can't pick your hot and heavy. Like you can't. I keep on hearing you can't pick your hot and heavy, which says you can't create intensity and then be surprised when another person like develops some strong feelings around it. Is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I don't know why this like it feels like somebody who actually like feels in their heart. I don't know if this is someone who does something in a social space. It almost feel like I don't know why it feels like someone who's worried about a partnership like affecting their profession. If that sounds like I'm not sure if this is like some kind of situation here like I don't know why I don't know why I'm hearing somebody say a relationship's bad for my reputation is what I keep on hearing. Why do I keep on hearing like a relationship's bad for my reputation? Like make sure you're not moving towards someone who feels like a relationship's bad for their reputation. Like it's gonna like I said, a relationship a relationship should not someone with boundary issues will often be in that space of saying a relationship will affect my like a relationship will affect my profession because there's energy that has like the lingering opinion that something might like the lingering opinion that something might develop between them should not be a place where money exchanges hands is where I keep on hearing like somebody existing in the liminal realm where they think that something might develop between them and another person should not be the basis of another person's profession is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I meant. You should not be in a space of having to convince someone that you're not a liability to them. If this person looks at relationship like a liability, like that's what I meant with like Pinocchio energy. Like make sure they're going to come back, but I keep on hearing make sure that that's not like when they come back, make sure it's not like you pick up exactly where you left off. Because I keep on hearing somebody coming back and saying the first thing they say is, "Are you finished yet?" Which is to say, "Are you ready to like? Are you finished yet?" Means, "Are you ready to accept this for what it is and not complain about what you desire it to be?" So just be conscientious of that. All right. Thank you so much. And I keep on hearing a healthy relationship does not defy definition. It's clear in terms of what it is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Victoria. And if this message connected to you as well, and you're not asking too much, and again, it's someone saying that that's too much is someone saying like the bar is on the floor. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Victoria. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure a spot today, please do so sooner rather than later. If you'd like to take one of those spots. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Julia, I've got you, dear. I've got you on the list. You're going to be read for after Sarah. I hope I wrote that right. All right. And also, we are at 24.7K likes. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much in doing your part in sharing these messages. All right. Hold on a minute. And thank you, Andrel, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You do have intuition, little vamp. You're welcome, Victoria. It's not embarrassing, Nikki. I am, dang it, I'm interested in this since we are all connected to the same person as we have determined. Hi there, Andrel. Good to see you today. My ex was an S2. Mine comes in the form of body jolts. When I'm tuned, I'm in, but when I'm not, oh, the chills. Yeah. I got tingles. Interesting. And S, yes, he did. I had reached out a bit ago. I mean, I keep on like, that's the thing. Like, I see someone trying to weigh and being like, is today the day? Like that's the thing that's frustrating me about it. A wave up your spine. That's cool. Phoenix, no accountability, no apologies, repeated abuse. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Phoenix. Your standards are totally acceptable there. Andrel, thank you for sharing the live. Yep. Haley, today is seriously lose everything important day. Lost my phone remote and the baby monitor. Oh, Haley, just pace yourself. Don't get frustrated right now, okay? Being called to spill tea to authorities. Woo! Sending you support, Phoenix. Thank you as well, Andrel, for confirmation. Hi, Julia. I got you on the list, dear. Yep, you're on, dear. Victoria, we were together for 3 years. I think he didn't want anything serious at first. And then I felt, well, that's what I mean. Like, thank you for confirmation. You can't say, you can't, like, I keep on hearing, you can't say, like, any feelings develop, I'll go away. That's like, I keep on hearing it's crazy. Like, you can't, like, it's like, it's inevitable, is what I keep on hearing. Yep. No friendship without developing feelings again. His father definitely has told him relationships aren't important. I feel like it's not even the no, I almost feel like here's the thing about it. I gotta tell you, Victoria, what I'm seeing is not the fact that somebody's saying relationships aren't important. I keep on hearing someone saying relationships are steps, which is what I don't like in terms of like that's the thing I don't like about it. Like that's the energy on it, you know? Like it's almost like it's giving me some kind of vibration that tries to say like relationships are steps, which is like I don't like it at all. This is what's going on right now in my life. I want to step back. He pulls me forward. Sending you so much support, Sarah. It does sound a bit dismissive, avoidant. Prioritize no one. Eventually, everyone will stop prioritizing you. Tap to claim, Rainbow. Oh, you work with him. Sending you so much support, Sarah. Yeah, his dad told him I'm holding him back from his job or something. No, I keep on getting like they're not being completely honest. I hear somebody saying relationships are steps, which is saying like relation, like like it's kind of gross energy. You know what I mean? Oh, Nikki, you're triggering Nikki, Sarah. You're triggering Nikki. They sound a little easily swayed. No, too easily. No, I keep on hearing like somebody's living their life for another's approval. I went down that rabbit hole and I wish I could go back in time. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Let them keep their opinion. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that they were open. I feel like I see somebody who has a lot of work to do on releasing another person's expectations of them if they want to come into healthy partnership. Oh, I don't know those theories, Rainbow. Post them in the Discord. Sending you support, Sarah. The list right now, Kath, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be the 5th person, dear. 4 spots left today. Think about yep, union partner first. Beautiful. I'm very compassionate about that and care a lot about this person, so don't want to sound uncaring. Sending you support, Rainbow. I'm working on my piece, I promise. Continue to do so, Sarah. Also, put in a lot of work into better understanding dismissive apportionment. Absolutely. It always helps to understand. Yep. Continue. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Ooh, post it on Andrel. Post it on the Discord. Don't be referencing books and stuff. If if it's not, oh, but you have to be a subscriber to be on the Discord. All right. Hi, what happened? Sending you support, Hardy. If you'd like to be on the list, list is open. No, I see somebody who's trying to tell someone that relationships are steps. Like you don't build a connection because you care about someone. You build a relationship for what they can get you, which is why I was like, ew, when I was reading into it. Yes, it's interesting to know. Yep. Thank you, Calm Energy. Oh, thank you. You're so welcome, Sarah. I'm glad that these messages helped. You're so welcome. You're welcome, Scooby. Well, you got actually, Scooby, you're the next person on the list. I'm still looking for the Amanda that got on the list, but Scooby, you're next. If you could let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Scooby's question, we're going to do another intuition check. Intuition check. I'm going to pull. All right, I've got an animal here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your guesses in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bull. All right. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. And if you want to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots open before the list will be closed. We're doing a general. I got you, Scooby. All right. All right. Where were we? Oh, is there a term for it? I don't know what the term is, but that's what I was reading for, Nikki. Ooh. I don't know if there's a B on the bull card. That's not the bull card. All right. Bull donkey. I was way off. Close enough. All right. Let's continue right now. One moment. Okay. There we go. All right. Sweet. Can I please get 4 cards, please? They both have 4 legs. There you go. 4 cards, please, for Scooby. 4 cards, please, for Scooby. Highest priority messages, please, General. If someone doesn't have anything nice to say about anybody, you can't take anything they say to you to heart. If someone doesn't have a single thing, if someone doesn't have a single nice thing to say about anybody, if someone doesn't have a single thing, a nice thing to say about anybody, you can't take a single thing they say to heart. You can't. And especially if they're trying to tell you things about what other people are saying about you. You got to I keep on hearing I keep on hearing, you got to take someone with a grain of salt here. You got to take someone with a grain of salt. You know? I feel like it's difficult. Like I see something like, ugh, you know, it's and it feels a lot. I'm also get like it's giving me a lot of the and I mean this because I've got 2 different things happening around you that I need to read into, because the first thing I'm reading into is, and I got to stress this, I feel like there's something that should stay in there. There's someone that should stay in your past, is what I keep on hearing. There is someone who needs to stay in your past, because I keep on hearing, like, when when someone has shown you that you cannot trust them, they're not safe to keep in your present. And that's the thing about it. Like, I see somebody who's trying to come back towards you. I see somebody who's trying to, um like, trying to fix something. But I keep on hearing, like, this is why a trust wound is so hard to heal from, because you don't I keep on hearing the guides say, like, another person, like, even I need an apology is not conditional on what we get from it. An apology is not conditional upon what we get from it, which is not the energy that says, I promise I'll make it up to you. It's the energy that articulates and says, like, I never should have done something in the first place. And I feel like the pain point here is, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like you gave someone the opportunity. Oh man, this is awful, because it feels to me like you gave someone the opportunity to come clean to you. Like, that's what feels so difficult. This whole situation between you and another person was completely unnecessary. And the thing is, like, when we are not honest to someone that tries to tell us you can be honest, it feels like such an energetic betrayal, because it's like they betray themselves twice. Because not only was it completely not necessary to lie about something, but you tell another person that you didn't trust them enough with your honesty. And so I feel like I keep on hearing someone that put themselves in double jeopardy with you. And how does someone put themselves in double jeopardy? They put themselves in double jeopardy when they act like they do something that they shouldn't be doing, right? So now they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing, and then you care about them, and you say to them, "Hey, I'm giving you this opportunity. I'm giving you this opportunity to come correct. Is there anything you want to say to me?" Like, you open the door, you open the opportunity to someone. You open the opportunity, you say, I understand we all make mistakes. This is like, I see you having given someone some kind of sanctuary moment, being like, look, I get it. We all make mistakes. Now is your time to come energetically clean. All, like, you gave someone, like some kind of all sins forgiven kind of moment. Like, you gave them that moment. You're like, just, and still, like, and that's what I mean with double jeopardy, because it's often those moments that we literally look at someone and say, like, I know, just tell me. And they still continue, like, I've never understood it. They still continue in that moment. I keep on hearing those are their trust wounds, not yours. And I almost feel like somebody trying, like, I keep on, and if someone turns around that moment and go, what, you were like, don't let them spin it around, be like, I can't believe you didn't trust me. Like, it's literally giving me the type of energy of someone that you found out someone was doing something, and they're trying to turn it around by saying that you're not trustworthy because you checked on them. Okay. That is the type of energy. That is the type of energy. Like, people will be like hurt over everything, is what I'm seeing. This is the type of energy that, like, like, it's a type of energy that, like, like, tries to stab you, and then you catch the knife and you go, oh, my hand. Like, they fall over, and now they're the one crying, and you being like what, like, I feel like I'm saying this because I feel like there's someone around you still trying to come back. And that's the thing I keep on seeing. I can see the pain around something. And I keep on hearing, you are not wrong. You are not wrong to give them another chance, is what I'm getting. Because I do see this. I see some kind of situation that you're mad, like you're upset because you're like, you gave them some kind of other chance. And I need to point this out. This is why the guides are saying that second chance was a blessing, right? Because you have to understand that that wasn't you. That was not you being naive. That was you understanding and being that was the extent of your compassion, right? And this is what we do with those we care about. We extend that compassion. The first time we assume everybody makes a mistake. But that's often why we hear, like, I think it's interesting because, like, often when I read for guides, and guides are always like, it's funny we say 3 strikes, you're out, because often the guides see it as 2 strikes, you're out, which is the first time is a mistake. The second time is a habit, right? The first time is a mistake. The second time is a habit. And so I keep on seeing, you don't, like, your compassion is not conditional on perpetually having to give another person chance after chance after chance to hurt you again. It's the observation of what one does with a second chance that is often the architecture of the shape that we can see someone clearly. Because you're right, like I keep on hearing the guides are saying, you gave them that second chance. That was the biggest blessing that they could have ever received from you. You gave them a clean slate. You gave them the opportunity to show you that something was beneath them. And if someone in that moment, after you extend that compassion, goes even lower because they don't see it as a gift, they see it as an opportunity to recognize what they can go get away with, you don't have to let that energy back in ever again. Because I keep on hearing, when someone gives you a second chance, you should see it as a blessing of a lifetime. You shouldn't get to say, yay, that means I can do something even worse the next time. It doesn't, I keep on hearing, the type of energy that sees a second chance as the ability to try to lower the bar is validation, right? Like I keep on hearing, you needed to see that in order to be able to to heal something karmically and not feel like you weren't giving someone the full opportunity to heal with you. Because I see that this is a thing, you and this energy, you've had some karmic experiences with each other. This is some karma that you carried in from a past life. And I keep on hearing, often with those karmic connections, right, we have to say, like, look, I'm really here to try to work something out with you. But I keep on hearing, working something out, it requires 2. And I feel like, again, whatever this is, I keep on seeing, focus on your manifestations, right? Don't feel like you have to. I keep on hearing, you can accept someone's apology at a distance. You can accept someone's apology at a distance, because everything I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see you clearing some kind of karma, and I feel like there's something new on the horizon for you. And I want to say, like, make sure, like, if you like, make sure that someone doesn't try to come back as you're moving in accordance with someone that wants to, like, match you and trying to say, like, trying to interrupt. Like, I keep on hearing, I miss you isn't the same as I want the same things as you, right? Because I almost feel like somebody is still convinced. I keep on hearing, I feel like you're trying to walk away from someone who's still convinced you guys are just going through a rough patch. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the moon card, right? Trust, I mean, like, I feel like it's somebody trying to get you to doubt yourself. Your guides are like, your intuition is your intuition, right? And often I need to point out, sometimes the hard choice is the right choice because it's a hard choice. We can't unsee things. So don't, I keep on hearing, don't let someone try to make you question your perception on something by trying to articulate how hard it is to navigate them living in the honesty of their decisions. Don't let someone obfuscate your vision by articulating how much pain they're in for living in the result of the honesty of their decisions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. I keep on hearing, don't let them guilt trip you in that way, because even that is not fair, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Scooby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. You can see the full list. We do angelic guidance here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do dream interpretation. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do love readings. We do mediumship. You can find the full list of the what we read for on my tree with things in it in my bio. All right. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Dada, thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for confirmation as well, Scooby. Yes, there you go. Littlefinger in Game of Thrones, ladder climber. Exactly. Beautifully put. All right. They both have 4 legs. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. The tower card poking into the screen is so ominous. That's fair. I like the tower card, though. It's the oldest trick in the book, everyone says. I just told my kids something similar. If you don't have anything nice to say, tap to claim, not falling for that anymore. Sending you support, Rainbow. Is everyone all the different versions of you? Thank you. I don't think it's kind. I mean, look, I mean, I think we want to dwell in the space that we give others the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, you know? Thank you, Scooby. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Christian. Nick, sounds like someone I just finally broke up with the last time, for the last time yesterday. Sending you support on that journey as well, Nick. My ex and a short-term partner. Sending you support on that reading, Scooby. Thank you for the follow, Nick. Yes. And Wicked, thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the follow as well. Phoenix, don't confuse kindness, for weakness. I don't owe an explanation for walking away from repeated abuse. Tap to claim. Nikki, period. You don't owe anyone an explanation if you've given them several chances. Yes. And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see you in the vibration of someone coming towards you that's going to prove to you and show you, like, just what it means to have something energetic balanced. You know, I can't even tell you how much this resonates with me. I know this isn't for me. Thank you for also being here and receiving this message. Phoenix, unconditional love doesn't mean disrespect or abuse. Yes, it means if you make a mistake, we work, I'll work, not even work around it. We work together on it, right? And thank you for the follow. Yes, I can. Sending you so much support, Phoenix. Lack of accountability is one of the hardest things to navigate in relationship. It's necessary for a healthy relationship. Yes, me knowing first, confirmation on that. Thank you, Scooby. I told her after walking away the second time, if you make me feel worthless around you, I'm gone for good. I don't think you should ever, healthy relationship, we should never feel worthless within it. Never. Yes, thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. You're so welcome, Scooby. Michelle, honestly, let it go, let it fall apart. What's meant for you will find you. That's beautiful, Michelle. I always like to point out, I'm not so much a subscriber as letting it go, but recognize who's pulling in the same direction as you, you know? It's a lot of that recognition of understanding what feels like when we're pulling together versus someone trying to pull apart. Yep. Thank you, Michelle. I had to realize even if I want an apology, it won't change the outcome. Beautifully stated, Nikki. Not looking for any more. Why I went completely ghost. Sending you support, Phoenix. I want you focusing on the manifestation goals right now. Focus on what it feels like to be in healthy partnership. Focus on what that would like without attaching a person to it. Yeah. What is meant for you will find you. And I keep on hearing, no, I want you to, I don't even want you to say what is meant for you will find you. I want you to say, I'm walking towards what's for me. I'm walking towards what's for me. Thank you as well, MV. Have a beautiful day, Michelle. I'm so glad that you received that, Scooby. Well, and this is the thing, when we apologize over and over again for the same thing, our words start losing meaning, you know? Sending you appreciation to Miss Nikki. And Wicked, thank you for subscribing. All right, next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 34.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And we're going to do another intuition check. All right, no problem. Nikki, if you need a minute, I can move on to the next person. All right, I am going to pull an animal spirit guide card. You guys will have till the count of 10 to put in your guesses. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stag. All right. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Nikki, let me know if you need another minute, if I should move forward, or if you got your post up. Also, just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that it needs to be interpreted, I got it. Or if you have a past life you would like more information or details on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I will tell everybody we've got a spicy dream coming in. Spicy dream time. Spicy dream time. All right, let's get to it. Spicy dream. Don't get me kicked off the app. All right. Okay, so we've got two dreams. I've got two dreams. There are two dreams, but they feel connected in some way. First dream. My mom told me she was happy I was doing so much better mentally, but that I was very fat. I was like, what? How could you say that? And she just said, well, you are. She didn't feel bad or take it back, and I was astounded. Mind you, in real life, she's been trying to get me to take the dietary drug that starts with an O. I remember going to my current partner and others really upset and trying to prove to them that it was a medical issue, my thyroid, and that they should be ashamed for making fun of me. Second dream. My ex from my 8-year relationship, who I rarely see in my dream space, was there. We were in a house with a bunch of people. It was weird. Parts of it felt like we were still sort of together. And other parts, I was with my current partner, watching my ex be happy. But there was one part specifically, definitely an intimacy wound, where there wasn't enough privacy for us to be intimate. And he said he needed to go take care of himself. He was going to go into the bathroom, but then went into another room where there were a bunch of guys. So I said, let's just go up to our room, even though it wasn't actually our room since we weren't together. But I offered it for privacy, I guess. We didn't do anything together in the dream. It wasn't a spicy dream. It was an icky, weird one. It makes sense because I definitely have wounds around intimacy with him, but I'm not sure where to place it. Got it. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. First dream. Yeah. Okay. So I definitely see the bridge connecting both of these dreams. And I see that in both dreams, the connecting force is you healing from the need to people please. And what does people pleasing look like? People pleasing looks like someone saying, you would be great if you just did X, right? It's the space of someone trying to make you feel that the space that you currently embody isn't enough. It's not something that is embraced or celebrated. And we see this heavily in the realm of the first dream, and in the space of the fact that you have that dream of your mother who just says, like, makes a completely like inappropriate comment in relationality to your weight. And you also pointed out that that has a lot of terrestrial grounding in it. And if anything, I feel like that's the easiest part of the stream, because, it is the clarification point in the dream of what you feel is left unsaid in the statement of the suggestion that like the late human hearing, the latent insult behind the suggestion, which is like, what is the latent insult behind the suggestion, which is somebody suggesting that you get on some kind of like medicine related to weight, which is clearly a dig, like feels like a wound and someone poking you in relationality to that, which again, I'm sending you so much support. That's not okay, right? And even in the vibration of someone trying to say that they're doing it in a good space, I can see the fact that it feels like there's a bit of that, like it's almost talking to me about the fact that you're working on some kind of karmic wound, potentially in the space of your mother, which may make you feel that your worth is entirely defined by like how others find you attractive, right? So that's why we see someone that's trying to give you advice, not necessarily advice that you're seeking, but advice to try to make you more appealing to those around you. This is what feeds into the second dream, which is again more of a continuation point in relationality to healing from people pleasing. And I would not be surprised if there was something about that relationship that you spoke about, that karmic relationship, that felt more like the need to fit into a role, right? More of a need of someone that was constantly telling you that you were falling short of their expectations of you, in order to move you into a space that made you feel like the ability to remain in the relationship was conducive in fitting the role that they ascribed to you. And I feel like this is really articulated in the fact that you defined that in the second dream, you were there with your current partner, and you were feeling very happy watching your ex be happy, which is often, I need to point this out, this often speaks towards the fact that you've closed a karmic cycle with that person. Because one of the things that we identify that can often be indicative in feeling that we've closed a karmic cycle is feeling joy in seeing that someone has found something that has brought them bliss, especially if we feel that we were not the source of that bliss for them, right? So that is almost the articulation of arriving to a situation and feeling like you have successfully completed a karmic cycle, because not only have you found happiness for yourself, but you're also, you feel the expansion point of joy in seeing them also in a space of happiness. That is like pure dharma right there. Now, but this brings us into potentially identifying the problem in the relationship, because you go from that moment of feeling really happy to understanding or seeing someone that tries to move you into a space that makes you feel like it's your responsibility to satisfy them, right? And almost that space of articulating that their satisfaction is their priority, and they don't care about making others uncomfortable, right? This could be the definition point on where the rupture was that first caused the karmic wound in the first place, because when we are in, I need to point this out, like when we are, like when we're in a space that we're prioritizing things, and someone is just looking to indulge themselves, like there's a time and a place for everything. So this could talk about the fact that in that relationship you often felt that that person was entirely focused on having their needs met, often in the most in without any care or consideration in relationality to how you felt, or about the discomfort of the circumstances that they were putting you in, as it relates to being some, like, to maybe potentially making you feel uncomfortable about the fact that they were basically in that space that, like, others, like, and almost like, I want to say, others could see. I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who is a little bit sight blind in relationality to building empathy in terms of others' needs. Because, like, I have to point out that the metaphor there, in terms of someone who is like doing something that is awkward or uncomfortable and not caring about the fact that it might be making others uncomfortable, this can often be the articulation of helping you define the difficulty point in the fact that you may have felt that this was not someone who was very emotionally empathetic to you or what your needs are, but was only viewing relationship from the context of what they got from it, right? The satisfaction, right? The satisfaction or indulgence point of the self. All of this is to say, and I feel like, the thing about these dreams and the reason that they're energetically connected is they're showing you the full shape of the karmic wound. Now, the thing about certain karmic wounds, you have to understand, certain karmic wounds carry over across relationships, right? Like, if, for instance, if we're healing from mother wounds related to the fact that we have to feel the need to people please, we'll often introduce people into our life that match that same wound. So I feel like a lot of this that you're seeing is helping you kind of build the architecture to be able to identify, like, the source of that. Because I feel like and I keep on hearing, like, the translation point in both of these dreams that is being shown to you by a guide is your worth should not be conditional on the satisfaction that another person derives from you, right? That you're not, I keep on hearing, you're not, like, your job is not just the fact to be like pleasing to the eye, or being in a space of being like, because when someone says that your existence is conditional on being pleasing to the eye, they're teaching you a lesson that you only exist to be objectified. So I feel like this is you kind of working through something in such a way that you're healing from like relationships or situations that it's like, I keep on hearing, the people pleasing that leads to the objectification of the self, because it's the feeling that one is not worthy of that you lack worth if the self is not pleasing to others, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Wands. I feel like a lot of the work that you're doing in this vibration right now is potentially being like focused upon the healthy relationship. And what does the healthy relationship say? You're beautiful. I wouldn't change a thing, right? Like, that's what the healthy relationship says. The healthy relationship says, you don't exist to please my eye. I think you're beautiful just the way you are, which is the space of saying, like, we might have preferences, you know what I mean? Like, we have things we like, oh, and this is what you often experience with energy that supports you being in a positive space, which is like, I like your hair up like that. You know what I mean? Like, I like it when you wear that thing, right? Not, what would be nice, what would really fix you is if you did this, right? Like, it's not, it's the energetic support that builds into your confidence that doesn't cut away from it. So I keep on hearing, it's like there's something about the journey there. And I think it's important that you talked about the fact that you were there with your current partner, because so often some of this work can only be achieved when we find like when we break the karmic cycle and we bring in a partner that helps us identify the work that we're pushing up against. So I feel like this dream, effectively, especially with the presence of your present partner there, is to show you that you're able to see these things in ways you couldn't see it before, because you're accompanied by energy that potentially is telling you that they love you in any shape or form, that your meaning to them is not existent in you just being the object of their desire. I keep on hearing it's like it's not about it. I keep on hearing it's not conditional. It's about more, right? It's not about less. It's about more. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things they do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Also, we are at 43.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll gift a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And if you'd like to get on the list, we've got 3 spots today before the list will be closed. All right, where were we? Oh, I like those eyes, Wicked. Thank you as well. And Thad Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I'd be like, I'm just fat. Thank you very much. With a PH, I like that. And thank you as well. And thank you yeah, but I think they're important dreams. They're weird dreams, but I got to tell you, they're very Pluto retrograde dreams, which is like Pluto retrograde is like, let's get to the heart of the weirdness, right? Like, let's just get to the heart of the weirdness. Yes, that's definitely that. Yeah, it's definitely, it's affecting me. I can understand. So incredibly critical. Yeah. I keep on hearing criticism instead of critique. Yes. Oh God. And my ex was incredibly critical too. So it's showing you, like you said, like the carryover of the karmic wound, something that you're working through, like it transfers from one to the other. That's exactly how it felt in our intimacy. His pleasure was a priority, even when I was uncomfortable and articulated that. I'm sending you so much support, Nikki. He was not very emotionally empathetic. You're right. I was treated more as an object. Sending you so much support. Kath, I've got you on the list, dear. I think it's a Leo thing too. They want my good energy, not the hard stuff. Well, and that's like, right. Like that's the energy that says, like that's like the thing with often the issue that those with Leo placements have to navigate is those are like the energy that says, like the energy that moves towards you because you're shiny and then starts punishing you because you're bright. You know what I mean? Like this is something that often comes through with Leo journeys, right? It's like the energy that like is so attracted until they're in the presence of you, and then they're saying, "Can you stop? Can you stop?" You're like, it's a lot like that. Thank you. So I can relate to that as a Leo too. Thank you, Kath. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Ooh, thank you. I confirm that's something I need to clear out internally. I feel like you're already clearing it out. Like the fact that the dream is bringing it up in this way, I feel like it's bringing it up to help you see it with more clarity, is what I keep on seeing. And Lana Cakes, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right. So the next person on the list for today, I am looking for Kara. Kara, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Kara's question, we're going to do another intuition check. All right, just bear with me a moment. So I am going to pull a card, and we are going to, all right, I'm going to pull a card, and I'm going to give you guys to the count of 10 to let your intuition guide you in terms of the animal that's on the card. All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swan. Thank you guys for playing. We will do that again when we get after the next reading. All right. Thank you guys so much. The next person on the list for today is, the next person on the list for today is Kara. Second call for Kara. Kara, if you're here. I almost said crane. Would have been close. I need you to show us all the animals in this deck. I feel like you've been here long enough. You know most of them. I saw a white bird. Oh, just the wrong one. You were really close, Dada. Hi, Kara. How are you doing, dear? You did say crane. It's getting worse. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Kara, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. All right. Got you general for Kara. Okay, perfect. And Kara, before we continue, can you just give me, never mind. I know we're all good. Never mind. All right. Can I get 4 cards for Kara general, please? Wow, this is some bittersweet stuff right here. Someone didn't believe you. Too good to be true. Will miss everything they ever wanted, is what I'm seeing here. You know, like whatever I'm identifying here, like the reason I see something that hurts is I just keep on hearing you are true to your word. You are absolutely true to your word on something. Like this is giving me, I feel like, and the thing that's driving, like, and somebody is somebody is hurting. Somebody is hurting because I feel like you offered something to them. I feel like you tried to identify the way. I feel like you gave someone, and this is what happens, man. You give someone your dream. You tell someone, sometimes when you tell someone your dream, it's energy that is not trusting of others, will look like it feels like someone who blew it on like the most epic of proportions, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing it's not enough just to articulate that you want a manifestation. You have to have the ability to embody it. And, I feel like I see you, you could not have been clear. You could not have been clearer to somebody. Like they could have walked into, like I keep on hearing somebody could have walked into a dream with you. You know, like you offered it to them. You offered it to them. And they weren't healed enough, you know? They were too they just looked at you and they thought you were like every single person that they ever met, you know? And this is why we can't get cynical, man. This is why we can't get cynical in relationality to moving towards a manifestation. Because I see someone who's holding on to somebody so tightly from the past. And when we hold on, and this is the thing, that this is the most painful part. This is why we don't hold on to people from the past that have hurt us. Because while this person is sitting there mourning the fact that they feel like they let the dream go, the dream just came walking into the room. You came walking right into the room. Everything that they were looking for in another person arrived in you. Everything that person was looking for in another person arrived in the form of you. And all they had to do was open their eyes and see the fact that you were there. But this is why we don't like when while we're like when we are mourning, why did they do that? Right? When we are mourning, why did we do that? Everything we've ever wanted will walk in the door with pizza and we'll say, go away, I'm busy. When we are mourning, why did they do that? Everything we've ever wanted will walk in the door, and I keep on hearing with pizza, which is almost like saying, like, not only are they there, but they're there to nourish us. And we'll say, I'm not hungry. I'm not interested. No, I'm too busy. I'm no, I don't have time. I'm too busy trying to fix this manifestation that's not acting right. I'm too busy going towards the thing that hurt me. I'm too much of like I need to figure out I got to go back towards the pain cycle. And I see you like literally like I just see you with your hands out like what are you doing? Like they're too much in their trauma. An energy that's in their trauma will run towards things that hurt them because at least the pain is predictable. And I know it stinks. I know it's frustrating. And but I also feel like, and the thing I keep on identifying here is, and I want you to move away from something, and the thing you need to say to yourself is you prioritize energy that prioritizes you. You do not need to get into a space of trying to wait for someone. Like this is not if they want to put someone on a pedestal that's hurt them, it's convenient, right? Because it helps them like when you move towards someone that hurts you, it allows you to keep distant. They've got an intimacy wound and they're choosing people that hurt them. And it's like I keep on hearing someone's in love with their longing. And they were doing it to the last person too, right? When they were with that person, I'm sure, and here's the thing I got to prepare you for. As soon as they're back with that person, you're going to become the person that they're pining for. Okay? As soon as they're back with that person, do not let them try to come back and say, I'm miserable here. If they walk in the direction of another person and then they finally get them and then they come over and they start looking at you and being like, I miss you. No, they don't. Because if they do that, then like I keep on hearing that will be your confirmation that this is someone that is in love with their longing. There is energy that is in love with the feeling of longing, right? Because when you are in love with longing, the things that you have will turn to dust in your hand. Because it is not, you are in love with desire. And when someone's in that space, the most painful thing is it's going to, as soon as you heal and as soon as you walk away and as soon as they're back with that person, now they're back again. Because I keep on hearing, pay attention to someone whose neck is always craned. Pay attention to someone whose neck is always craned, which is, what is that? I didn't hear you. What, were they looking to see who else was in the room that they brought you into? Why are we here? Who are you looking for? Who are you hoping sees you with them? I keep on seeing this. Be very conscientious of a person like this. Because I keep on seeing, like, you are, like, I've got, and the thing is about this that's making me upset is this, I've got their guides that are upset about this. You were someone's possibility to heal in a profound way. While they were waiting, while they were wondering, while they were sitting there trying some, like, doing some silly stuff with whoever this was, like, and it feels like it's cyclical. It's been going on for a while. This is, they're going to understand. And they're going to, like, and I keep on hearing, like, it's not conditional for you to have to prove it to them. It's there, and I know it can be really painful when we're in a cycle with someone like this. But you have to understand it. I know it's hard to understand. Some energy is in love with desire, which is nothing they ever have is good enough. You know, it's just they're long-sighted. They now I want that. Now I want that. They only want the things that are out of reach, because wanting things out of reach protect you from ever being fully known. Longing for things that are out of reach is a convenient way to protect the self from ever being fully known. And I feel like the message is coming through there because I keep on seeing, and that's the thing about it. Like, if this, like, don't let energy play some kind of ping pong between you and another person. And by no means let them try to compare. Don't by no means let them try to say or compare or put some point of comparison. This is not the other person doing this. This is them. Because I already hear somebody trying to potentially come towards you and start singing the sad song about how mean someone is to them. You don't get to choose someone else and then sing the sad song about how mean someone is to them. That was their choice, is what I'm hearing. But it's awful convenient to see what someone does when they move towards someone and then how they speak upon them. Because that is the difference. I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing, you are not someone's confidant. You are not someone's confidant for their poor choices, is what I keep on hearing. Don't let someone try to kindle hope in you by making you their confidant in their poor choices. Don't let them try to keep some kind of subtle flame alive in you that something might go wrong. Because what you have to understand is someone who like, you have to look at the full scope of someone who would do that. Someone who would, like, someone who would try to keep a little flame lit while they move in the direction of another person is someone who is covering their bases in case something goes wrong between them and another person. So that's why I keep on hearing your manifestation is, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me, and I'm not someone else's consolation prize in their experience. Because, and here's the thing about it, energy like this, their neck is always strained. They're always looking at what's out of reach. So that's why I want you to be conscientious if they try to come back after making a decision of some nature. Right? Because again, someone being like, it didn't work out the way I expected. Like, that is not, I keep on hearing, that is not a love story. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't let someone talk about how mean another person is. Don't let someone try to say, you know what they said. Be very conscientious of how someone talks about someone they're in energetic union with. I keep on hearing, maybe that's a conversation you should be having with them. Because I just keep on hearing, like, energy that wants to stir interest will try to stir the pot, right? And they'll try to use hearsay to do it. They'll try to create spaces where it feels like another person is trying. Nobody pulls anyone against anything. No one is led astray Being led astray is a choice someone makes. So don't let someone come back in some way and say, oh, they led me astray. They said all these things. No, they made the choice to listen to them, is what I keep on hearing. If we are grown individuals, we are not, we are not like they were so mean to me. Like I keep on hearing, this is not high school. This is not someone trying to blame another person for their choices. So make sure someone's not trying to put you in some kind of like tete-a-tete with someone that they've chosen to move towards, instead of articulating, like, instead of making the reasonable choices that would lead them to move towards you. Because there's a lot of alas energy I'm hearing here. And alas energy is always like, I wish things were different. I wish that I wasn't in this situation. When everything we do, it frames the situations that we are in. So if this person tries to communicate with you about like their own misery as it relates to the choices they make, you know, make sure that you're articulating upon, like I keep on hearing, make sure that they're taking responsibility for their choices, not trying to strap them on another person that, like I keep on hearing like it's like well, I keep on hearing that, like, often energy will be like the conversation. I keep on hearing someone being like, they said this, instead of being like, why are you communicating with them? And often energy that says, I just want to have closure with someone. Nobody gets closure to close things. We get closure to open things. Closure, I keep on hearing, closure is not found in conversation. So if this person has ended this with you and they try to say that they want to talk to you to get closure, there's no conversation on the planet that has ever created closure. Closure comes from not speaking, not in terms of having a conversation about closure. An energy that often says they need closure is trying to open things up again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kara. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. We did hit our 50K giveaway, so I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Excellent. Thank you guys so much. All right, just give me a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. We've got 3 spots left. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. As I mentioned, keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for. Also, pregnancy and medical. We do highest priority messages from spirit here, angelic guidance, life path readings. We also do past life readings. We do mediumship. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. You can find the full list of things that we read for over on my tree that is being sent in my bio. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via those same methods. All right, there we go. Perfect. Thank you for the compliment, Krista. And thank you for becoming a member of the fan club, Wicked. Thank you for the compliment, Sailor. I gave them my soul, had to fight to get it back. Sending you so much support on that journey, Wicked. Oh, they're definitely, I feel like that's the thing, Curly. They're definitely coming back. But that's what I said. Make sure that they're not coming. Make sure that they're taking responsibility for their actions. Make sure that they're not coming. Like I keep on hearing no sob story about how sad they are in the space of their decisions. And thank you for those gifts, Wicked. Thank you as well for receiving these messages. I'm so glad you needed to receive this message as well, Krista. It's like abandoning a child, but it's you. Tap to claim. Yes, absolutely an intimacy wound. Yes. Makes sense. We live 600 miles apart. That's a huge distance. I need to hear this. Yes, it is along, it's along the detaching. Precisely currently as well. Sending you support as well, Sunny. Thank you as well, Cody. And thank you for sharing the live, Sunny. Exactly. Don't pick at the scab. Beautifully. You're so welcome. And Pretty, thank you for the follow. All right. Hi, Amanda. Okay, excellent. No, Amanda, absolutely. You're great. You're perfect timing. I was looking for you. We're going to do the 50K, and then we'll do your reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. So thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K milestone. I am going to think of a number right now between, let's see. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 56. First person I see that posts a number will have that free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Whoop, whoop, whoop. Kath, you got it. Congratulations. All right. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Kath, I know you're already on the list for today. So just let me know if you would like, if you want to hold that for another time. Excellent. And thank you guys. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. And Amanda, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, no problem, Pretty. I'm glad you found me too. Just make sure to give me a follow. Make sure that you, I'm usually on daily. Whenever you're back, you can have a reading then. Holding for another time. No problem, Kath. Excellent. I'm just waiting for Amanda to put their question through. And Julie, thank you so much for the follow. For anyone else who's interested in getting on the list today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. Love reading about C. 3 cards, please. Highest priority message. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Oh, before we get started, let's do another intuition check. All right, ready? Oh, wait, I think you guys saw that one. Let's try that again. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your guesses in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seal. Good job, guys. All right. Now we're doing a reading for Amanda on the energy with C. Highest priority messages. I feel like this person's scared. I see someone navigating through a lot of fear. I also see somebody who, I keep on hearing, I see someone who has a really hard time communicating their needs too. Because I just keep on hearing somebody say, like, I'm no good for anybody. But that's the thing about it. Like, it feels a little bit like I'm the worst is like a very self-fulfilling prophecy, I will point out, right? Because it's it's like it almost like I see someone who has a tendency of falling into despair very, very easily. And when we fall into despair very easily, like despair doesn't fix things, is what I'm getting. You know, like working into a space of sorrow, like sorrow doesn't fix stuff. Fixing stuff fixes stuff. Um, and I see somebody who, like, they feel like they're going through some kind of unhealthy energetic cycle. Um, I also see some kind of situation of someone who's not potentially taking very good care of themselves, you know, but and and I think that, you know, the one thing I would say with an energy in this modality is trying to help another person recognize that hope is never lost so long as we don't give up on ourselves. And that's like that's the only thing I'm seeing around someone. Like they have a tendency, like it feels like someone who's got a little bit of this like board, like the best way I can describe it is like board flipper energy, you know? And what I mean by board flipper energy is, you know, when we're not good with navigating through irritation, like we'll walk away from the best things that have ever happened to us because, you know, they challenge us. I keep on hearing like, you know, healthy energy will trigger us because it'll challenge us to overcome the trauma that we've experienced. And I feel like this is really important to note if you feel like you're having experiences with someone where they're being like very, like something small gets blown out of proportion, or they're making like molehills out of mountains, right? Because I keep on hearing like everything we build healthy relationship by finding productive ways of navigating through frustrating circumstances. I'm going to say that again. We build healthy relationships. The health of our relationships is directly proportional to our ability to navigate through frustrating circumstances. But and this is why we have to be willing to recognize that that's something that we need to work on, because often if we don't, it feels like we're in relationship with someone and it feels like a strength exercise. It feels like an endurance test, right? Because I keep on seeing that if the solution to a situation is for someone to say to you, well, just don't make me upset and everything will be fine. If someone has a very low tolerance, like you understand, like the impossibility, I keep on hearing, remember the impossibility of someone that on one circumstance says, just don't make me upset and everything will be fine. And at the others, but at the other sense, but in the same exact breath, has a very little low tolerance for being frustrated. You can't like that. Like it's no way to live. I mean, you can live. It's no way to live. It's impossible. Like who could? I keep on hearing who could persist under those conditions. Who could persist under the conditions of someone that says, just don't upset me? Oh, by the way, I have an incredibly low threshold for frustration. Everything upsets me. You can't be in a situation saying, I am upset by everything. If you just stop upsetting me, everything will be fine. It's not possible. And I keep on hearing everything, and I hear we're hearing everything is possible to heal. And I want you to understand this. Everything is possible to heal, but nothing is possible to heal unless someone takes accountability of the fact that they need to heal. I'm going to say it again. Everything is possible to heal, and nothing is impossible to heal unless someone recognizes the work they need to put themselves on to heal. And I feel like that is the difficulty point, which is if someone is trying to get you to forgive them, it's not about forgiveness. An apology is a plan. An apology is a plan. And if someone is articulating, if you're seeing something that feels like it is a repeating cycle, you have to have a hard conversation with someone and say, I think this is something that we've gone through. And every time you come back and apologize and it happens again, I lose faith in you. This is why we have to be conscientious with our apologies, because an apology is a plan. And the reason we start losing faith in those that apologize constantly but don't change anything is we lose faith in the apology. And I feel like that's a conversation that you have to have with someone. Help me not lose faith in you. And if I need to stress this, if there is something that someone is saying in a relationship that they say that they have no control over, that is exactly something that they can get help with. If someone is articulating that there's something that they have no control over, that is exactly the modality that it's okay for them to get help with. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the Six of Swords. It's not about whether someone's sorry. An apology is a plan. An apology is a plan. It's not, and I keep on hearing the guarantee, someone saying it'll never happen again, or let's just sweep it under the rug. That is the assurance that it will. It's not about forgetting about things. It's not about holding on to them too tightly. It's letting the past act as a library, looking towards it for reference. And I also keep on hearing the past is a library, not an armory, which says we don't excuse the things we do in the present because of something that happened in the past. The past is not an excuse for worse behavior. We don't like, because when you look for a reason, you'll always find an excuse, right? There's always something that one can point to say, well, that was the cause. It's not about our expectations. The standard we bring to things should not be affected by what we experience. We shouldn't lower the bar. We should raise the bar. So make sure that someone is both not becoming hopeless in relationality to just coming into a space and saying, I'm sorry. I keep on hearing, I'm sorry you have to put up with this, is not the same as saying, I'm sorry, I will work to fix it. I'm sorry, I'm like this is the energy that says, I'm sorry, I'm like this. It's going to happen again and again and again, right? It's not, I'm sorry, I'm like this. It's working to say, I'm working to make sure that it doesn't have to be this way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Amanda. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, let me just take a moment to read over. And Effie, thank you for the follow. I didn't even know that was in there. Now you do, Nikki. I love a seal. Same. And thank you. Yes, I'm willing to walk the challenge, but he's terrified. And that's what I keep on hearing. They have to step up. You can, I mean, you have to, it has to be mutual work, and it's not the fact that you can't continue to let something exist, but it's making sure that it doesn't feel like it's an endurance exercise. That's so true. Thank you, Iris. I'm enduring with my mom. My grace and mercy is why I know. Sending you so much support on that journey, Iris. And Queen, thank you for those hearts, dear. Yes, it's in his hands. I just have to walk away unless he's willing to commit to that. I keep on hearing it's the identification of mutual work. I keep on hearing the work can't all fall at your feet. It's like I keep on hearing together or not at all, which is not like it's not someone saying like I can't believe how much you put up with me. It's not how strong you are. Because if that continues, there's going to be a breaking point where you're going to reach the point where you can't take anymore. And like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep on hearing. Love, it should not be an endurance exercise. Uh, I'm sending you so much support, Iris. This is so true. If they refuse to see a change needs to be made, you will lose yourself if you say tap to claim. Sending you so much support, Iris. Iris, make sure you're in a place where your needs are being met. All right. And thank you again, Amanda, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. We are at 55K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. There are 3 spots left for today. If you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. It's a great time to get on the list if you would like a reading. The next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. We're also going to do another intuition test while we wait for Julia's question to come through. I've got an animal spirit guide here. Hi there, Julia. I'm going to count back from 10. Let me know what animal you think it is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stag! Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. I got you, Julia. I'd like a general, highest guidance from my spirit team, ancestors, animal spirits. All right. Got you, dear. 3 cards, please, for Julia. Highest party messages, please. Make sure you're channeling frustration into productive spaces. Make sure that you're channeling frustration into productive spaces. I think that because I feel like I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein there's like an energetic backslide around you in some way, and I can feel like I can feel why there may be some kind of frustration there, because I see you looking at something and saying like, um like what was the point of something? But there's something really, really important that I see that's happening. Um, I keep on hearing your strength is needed now more than ever. Your strength is needed now more than ever. And I keep on hearing like, if you feel, I need to stress this. There's sometimes this modality where we're going through something difficult and we say to ourselves, why is this happening? Um, we can't we can't navigate, we can never navigate what it is that we encounter, but we always have the determination point in relationality to how we choose to arrive to it. And that is what I keep on seeing is really important right now, which is if things, I just keep on getting the message, if things feel dark around you, maybe that's the call for you to be the flashlight, right? Those modalities or those moments when things feel difficult or feel hard, how you arrive to those situations makes all the difference. And that's why I keep on hearing right now, don't take things personally. And I can see you getting really frustrated at energy that lets their, like, lets their desperation move them in directions that are not for them. But that's why I see, like, that's why I keep on getting the message about the fact that you are needed now more than ever, because I keep on hearing like that is how we answer the call of the self. Like the call of the self is not something that's easy. Like it's easy to arrive to the call of the self when things are easy, but when things are hard, like that is when it makes the most difference. So I want you to continue to make choices that speak towards your heart. Continue to make those choices because every time you make a choice from your heart, you show someone that that is a choice, right? Like how you arrive to a to a difficult situation. And that's why I keep on hearing now is not the time. Okay, like now is not the time to be teaching anybody lessons, right? And I know sometimes in the vibration I see around you, it would be very easy to, is what I keep on saying. It would be very easy to. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. I'm not. I keep on hearing, I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. It's not. It's not about the fact that they don't energetically deserve it. But it's not about deserving. It's about move. I keep on hearing. It's not about what others deserve. It's about moving in the vibration of our worth. And all we do, right? Like all we do when we match someone's energy, when they give us something that we don't deserve, is we show them that they can make us sink to any level by meeting us at that level. So I want you to continue to be the energetic force of change. I want you to continue to focus on what you know is energetically right. I don't want you to get frustrated in that space because I keep on getting the message that the guides see everything. Right. And that's why I'm also getting the message like, let them take care of it, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like your guides are saying, let us take care of it. Like, seriously, they're like, don't bother yourself with it. Just continue forward. And if someone, and I keep on hearing, um, if someone is coming towards you in a way that is not okay, you can turn the other cheek, and you can also keep walking, which is to say you don't have to stick around to get slapped. You don't have to put up with another person not being respective of you, right? Like I keep on hearing, let the lesson be, like let the applause they have be the sound of your feet walking away. Let the applause that they have in feeling good, like in feeling in doing something untowards you, be the sound of your feet walking away. Because I keep on seeing something about that is showing like the fact that, you're not. I keep on hearing, I'm not interested in. I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing the word petty, which is to say like, don't let, like don't let pettiness interrupt the work that you're doing. Recognize it, see it, and then show everyone like what it looks like not to be like like not to allow something to impact you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the moon card, you know? I keep on hearing it's like I feel like I see you. I also feel like this has to do with a lot of energy. I keep on getting the message. Remember, like energy that like wants to stir the pot will talk about people instead of talking to them, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing that sounds like a conversation you should be having with them is like a strong, like it's like I keep on hearing it's a strong tea. Like I keep on hearing this sounds like a conversation you should be having with them is a strong tea because I keep on getting, and this is not the first time. I feel like this is the second time that this has come up this week with like in readings. There was a meme a while back that said that went something along the lines of, um, if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who's minding your business? Like, if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who's minding your business? Which is basically like, it's the understanding of saying, we respectfully stay in each other's lane in relationality to not creating, like not being invested in worrying about other people in ways that don't feel like they're energetically productive. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like I feel like there's a little bit of this energy around you that it feels like drama. And that's the thing about it. Like drama is not necessarily productive. It just feels like, I keep on hearing, it just feels like it radiates in the context of identifying and recognizing what doesn't feel particularly helpful. So make sure, make sure, I keep on hearing whatever, like what passes from your lips would be the same thing that you would say directly to a person, right? Like this is when we're in our integrity, the words that we say do not change from what we say, like what we say behind them to what we say before them is what I keep on hearing. What we say behind them is what we say before them is the sound of our integrity, which is the space that says, I'd be happy to I'd be like anything you say, be like, I'm very happy to articulate that to them. But that's what I mean about somebody saying like, that sounds like a like rather than somebody trying to get you on their side, like almost saying like, that sounds like a conversation you should be having with them. Like, don't let somebody kind of like try to get you involved in something in such a way that I keep on hearing like I said becomes they said when you agree with me is all I keep on hearing. I said becomes they said when you agree with me. So make sure someone's not doing one of those situations where they say something to you, you agree with them, and then they say that you said that, is all I keep on hearing. So that's interesting. Like, that's interesting is what I keep on hearing. Just let it be, and that's interesting. And step back is what I keep on hearing, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I definitely think there is, like, I feel like there's something that you just have to kind of push through right now, but that's what I mean. Like, make sure, make sure that you're moving it. Like, don't let yourself get like I keep on hearing, don't, like, rise above it. Like, you like, don't, like, whatever, like, I keep on saying, like, I'm not, like, I almost feel like it has to do a lot with, like, talking in a productive way, in such a way that you're, like, like, focusing on positives instead of energy that, like, wants to stir the pot in terms of talking about negatives. Move everything to a productive space as it relates to being able to work on something. You know what I mean? Like, don't, I keep on hearing problems are solutions that have not been found. So don't get in the space of another person, like, griping or talking about the problem. Just focus on the solution. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this, Julianne, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. And thank you for the follow, Julia. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Bobcat, I like it. That's why I'm here. No bad space. I like that, Wicked. Thank you as well, Julia. Yes, I'm always the light bearer in situations. Continue to do that work. And Melly, good to see you, dear. Thank you for subscribing. Yes, I'm dealing with a lot of crazy characters, but I'm navigating it with love. Continue to do so. Absolutely. And I've been saying for a while, I'm not matching any energy. I do not believe that is how to solve. Exactly, Asen. Absolutely. I needed to hear that. That's why I'm being gentle with my mom. Sending you support, Iris. I literally said to myself today, I'm not going to respond to that. That's okay, right? You're spot on. This is related to my job and my boss. Thank you, Julia. It's petty. Is this a group reading? This is very spot on. Thank you, Liz, for also receiving it. I told her I didn't want to be around if you think about me and yourself that way. Sending you so much support on that journey, Iris. Yes, direct messages to the individual. Exactly. 9,000. I like that. Thank you, Iris. Julia, yes, focus on your own plate, please. Exactly. I'm not responsible for fixing you. That's what I mean. Exactly. Yes, I do not like drama. These are, yep, thank you for confirming. Oh, yeah, I get it. And that's what I meant. KJ, thank you for subscribing. Thank you as well, Gina. And like I said, I feel like I keep on seeing, like, you have to, like, it's, you can't get invested in it. You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing, like, there's something for you because, like, you're not getting invested in drama. Yes. Thank you so much, Iris, for also receiving these messages. You're so welcome, Julian. Thank you for the follow. All right. All right, so we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kathleen. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. We've got 3 spots available for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Also, when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And Kathleen, I got you. Highest priority. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. All right, I've got and thank you, KJ, for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots available today if anyone would like to secure a spot before the list is closed. I've got an animal here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the chat, and we'll see if anyone gets close to the target. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget was closest with George Washington. It was an eagle. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. All right. Kathleen, you did say bird. Okay. I feel like, I got to stress, I feel like saying bird there's a bunch of birds in the deck. All right. Can I please get 4 cards for Kath, please? 4 cards for Kath. Highest priority messages from Spirit. It's a beautiful message. Tall trees need deep roots. Tall trees need deep roots. Is what I'm getting. Tall trees need deep roots. And I feel like I feel like this is articulating the fact that you're potentially going through some kind of heart expansion moment, right? And I feel like this is often the misunderstanding in relationality to a heart opening. Like a heart opening is not a moment that everything becomes beautiful, right? A heart open moment is not a moment where everything feels wonderful. It's understanding. It's finding a way to energetically balance like the high and the low is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like, I see something where you're getting better at that, like I feel like I keep on hearing you're navigating something that in the past would have overwhelmed you, and this is why I often get this, like, I have to stress this. I often get this message from the guides, which is like a healthy guide never wants to give us more than we can handle, right? A healthy guide never wants to give us more than we can handle. People do that, is what I keep on hearing. People do that. Like energy that isn't supportive of us will potentially try to give us, like, will try to, like, energetically overwhelm us. But I keep on hearing a good guide never wants to give us more than we handle, which is to say, if something ever feels like, I almost hear the message, if something feels like you're getting too many downloads, if something feels like it is like arriving to you too quickly, if something feels like it's just a little much, I keep on hearing the guide say at any time you can step back and say, like, I just need a moment, is what I keep on seeing. Because, one of the things and I think that this is really important because I mean, like, honestly, and the reason I'm saying this is because I feel like you're on the cusp of some kind of clarity, is what I'm seeing. I feel like you're on the cusp of some kind of like deep clarity in relationality to like something, like I just keep on seeing something from the past that is going to make a lot more sense. But I keep on hearing, and this is why, and this is why I keep on getting the same message in relationality to the guide saying, we only give you things when we feel like it's something that will be energetically productive. Because they're basically saying this is often why, um, you know, we look I keep wondering, we look back into something that we went through, and we see something that we never could have deemed possible in the experience of being within it, right? And so I feel like, remember, if that's occurring, that the observation itself is a blessing. The observation itself is the blessing, which is to say, the ability to observe something that you couldn't see before is the blessing. What you choose to do with it is entirely, like I keep on saying, is entirely your choice. It doesn't feel like something, like I keep on hearing, don't feel like it is a call for action so much as it is, I keep on hearing, so much as it is the space of being able to, um, like energetically, like embrace something that helps you. I keep on hearing embracing something that helps you contextualize some kind of trauma in a different way. Like I just keep on seeing, like I feel like a lot of this energy around you right now, it almost feels like you're on the cusp of a significant breakthrough. But that's why I said, like, your own ability, like I feel like your own ability to navigate that. That's why I keep on hearing, if it ever feels like it becomes too much, they want you to focus on the meditation of, I keep on hearing, like, big trees have deep roots, which is the space that says, like, finding the ability to ground the self, even as you're going through an energetic expansion point, which is not, I keep on hearing, not allowing oneself to be reactive upon it, but to be still within, right? Because it's the ability, I keep on hearing, it's the ability to find stillness during a, I keep on hearing the same message. The difference between a breakthrough and a breakdown is how we react through it, right? Because when we're able to understand something and we're not moved by it, we're just able to observe it, it feels like an energetic breakthrough. But when it's something that feels like it destabilizes us, right? Then that's when it can feel more like a breakdown, because it's like working through the enormity of something that doesn't feel like we're necessarily grounded in it. So I want to say, like I keep on seeing, make sure that you're prioritizing practices right now that ground yourself, because I keep on seeing that something about you being able to navigate something in a way, I keep on hearing something that used to destabilize you, like you're getting the hang of something that you used to have anxiety towards. I see, like, something that used to create anxiety in you, I see that you're getting comfortable in. You know what I mean? Like it's giving it's giving me a lot of, like, I keep on hearing, I'm getting the hang. And remember, when you do that, like when you do that, like all the guides here is they're getting the hang of it. Is what I keep on hearing. I see you doing something, going, I don't know what I'm doing. And I hear your guide saying they're getting the hang of it, which is the energy. Like, honestly, like that's the vibration. I don't know what I'm doing. They're getting the hang of it, which is, it's the space that, and because that is the energy of surrender, which is not necessarily knowing what one is doing, but being comfortable in the space of not knowing, but still feeling in some way that it's energetically supportive to the self, is what I keep on seeing. Like that, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting the hang of it. Is this, it's like the sense of you feeling something out energetically is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the Nine of Swords in its upright. Um, I feel like there's something, And I need to point this out, and I think that this is why we're talking about this, because I keep on hearing we the reason we talk about the fact that healing is linear is because we store. I mean, I'm sure I know I know I'm kind of singing to the choir here, but I think you recognize that the reason that healing is not linear is because we store trauma, and sometimes we don't understand the trauma that we're stored until we're in a space that it's safe enough to experience it. So I just keep on seeing, like, that's what I meant about you kind of going through some kind of healing process, that it may bring a lot of stuff out in you, but I keep on hearing it's kind of like a better out than in kind of situation, because it's the ability to, like, observe something that frustrates you, right? That it almost like upsets you to see, but also fortifies you. Like, this is sometimes, I keep on hearing, like, this is sometimes how it's good medicine, because it's the space that we understand. We're able to grasp something that didn't make sense at the time, because I keep on hearing you can't see the forest through the trees. Like, sometimes we can't see the nature of what we're going through until we move away from it, which is why the revelation itself, the observation of being able to see something, is the energetic gift, because it says that you're effectively clear from it. So I just want you to be mindful of that as it relates to both holding space for what you're energetically carrying, but also how you communicate it to those around you. Because I just keep on hearing, like, your vulnerability is a gift. You get to decide who you get to decide who you share it with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. And also a pregnancy and medical. And also, friends, we are at 60K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And the next person on the list for today is KJ. KJ, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. That is true. Thank you, Haley. I feel like I'm sewing and planting. Absolutely. I still feel overwhelmed sometimes. I keep on hearing, like, you're feeling overwhelmed in situations that you would have just entirely collapsed with under in the past. Always make sure you're setting healthy boundaries, Asen. And Stacy, thank you for the follow. Yes, I'm practicing meditation before I start work days recently. I'm trying to ground myself more. I'm getting the hang of being I'm getting the hang of being disappointed. But I need to point out, listen, user 91, if you're disappointed instead of devastated about something, that is you getting the hang of something, right? I don't know what I'm doing. This is spot on. That's good. I agree on that. We store trauma and I want to release all of mine. But that's why I see it's going to take time, right? I keep on getting, like, your guides are like steady as she goes, which is saying, like, as you continue to move towards your healing, more stuff is going to come up, is what I keep on hearing. I needed this message too. Thank you, no one. Yeah, you can absolutely use the 50K now, dear. Sure. I'll add you to the list. You'll be after KJ. All right. A general and what guidance my guides gave for me, as I have no idea what as I too have no idea what I'm doing. I got you, KJ, no problem. Before we do that reading, though, we're going to do another intuition check. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third. You'll be the third person read for. All right. I have got an animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sal, thank you. We will do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, we've got 2 spots today. Can I please get 4 cards for KJ? General guidance, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. One moment. You're so welcome, Kath. 4 cards. I feel like there's something happening on your path right now, KJ, which is kind of like saying like ready to receive, if that makes sense. Like I'm just seeing some kind of circumstance or situation where like I just see you very present for what arrives to you. And I think that like I can see the fact that like I almost have a little bit of like busybody energy around you. And this can sometimes be difficult. Um like busybody energy can sometimes make it hard to energetically receive, because when we come into a space of stillness, we feel like we should be doing something. um I almost I have some kind of sense of you working in the capacity of helping to heal by recognizing that rest is not exclusive to work, it's inclusive, right? Like the ability, I keep on hearing like when we step away from something and come back to it, we have the ability of seeing something with fresh eyes. Um, and I think that that's important because I see you looking at your routine in a different way, you know? Like I see that there's, it feels to me like, especially like I feel like there's something that's happening in a big way right now in relationality to your priorities are changing. And one of the things I'm also seeing is I feel like you've gotten a lot more like I feel like Saturn, I mean, listen, Saturn transiting into Aries has affected a lot of us, but I feel like especially for you, there's something about the recent transit of Saturn into Aries that has really had a big impact. And I feel like, again, it's having a big impact in terms of the identification, in terms of where it is that you're concentrating your effort and energy at this time. Because I just see you plugging away at something. I see you like having a lot of focus on something that you really have your heart set on. And I do feel like it's changing the vibration of some of the energy around you and maybe having a big impact on your relationships because um you know, when others, energy that doesn't have enough time has a hard time meshing well with energy that's looking for places to put their time, is what I keep on hearing. Like energy that has like energy that looks at time as a really precious commodity will often hit that discordant note with energy that has like a robust amount of it. and is looking for ways to pass it, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like this is what I see in relationality to like something that's happening between you and the energy, because like I see you focusing on something. I feel like I see you concentrating on something. I see you like wanting to invest your time, effort, and energy on something that I keep on hearing like has some kind of result. And, you know, I think that there is some kind of like letting go process that's happening around you right now. But I feel like that is the maturation point. Like it almost feels like you're going through a maturation point because, I feel like anyone who continues forward with you at this time, like it feels like I keep on hearing like purpose driven, like energy that understands. I keep on hearing quality over quantity, that what we give to one another is not one that we're looking for. Like it's not a space that we're looking to pass between us. Like time is not something that we're trying to pass between us, but something that I see you, like I feel like I see you having those hard conversations with someone. Not everybody's going to get it, and I got to just break it to you. Like there's going to be energy that takes it personally. There are those when you're on a pathwork of purpose. Like one of the difficult moments is having to navigate those energies that see you having a pathwork of purpose and saying to you, like the song you will hear as you're making something for yourself is, you don't have your priorities straight. Like it's a lot of that. I feel like this is you kind of healing from some kind of crowd mentality that, articulated upon the space of having to be available, for others, instead of being able to lock in and focus on something that you're putting a lot of work in. I need to point out moments or modalities like this can be very restorative, because I keep on hearing when you put your purpose, when you set your intention and you tell others that you're not available because you have to prioritize something that you're trying to get over the finish line, you'll learn everything you need to know about those connections in the difference between someone that says, "How dare you?" versus the energy that says, "What do you need?" Right? And I keep on hearing we don't take each other's purpose personally unless we're trying to, like, and I keep on hearing like that's the hard thing about it. Like you'll hear like I feel like I see something where I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like some kind of energy, like the song you will hear as you're trying to make something for yourself is someone else saying, "What do you think? You're too good for us?" And I keep on hearing it's not, if you're doing something for yourself that you hesitate to support in another, that's not selfish. If you're doing something for yourself that you would eagerly do for another, it's not selfish to move in that direction. But I feel like there's something about having to navigate some of that energetic conflict that feels somewhat bittersweet, because I almost feel like it's helping you to understand, um, you know, like both where your priorities are and where another's priorities are. And this is why sometimes we drift away. This is sometimes why we drift apart, right? We often drift apart in modalities or moments where we identify that we don't have the same priorities. And I keep on hearing like a lot of that work. It's not easy, but it's also necessary, is what I keep on hearing. So don't, like I keep on hearing, don't let it dishearten you. And don't let someone Like, don't let someone move you off of your purpose, especially in the modality of trying to tell you that it's some kind of pipe dream. I keep on hearing the difference between a pipe dream and a plan is accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like it's getting something done. So don't let someone ridicule something you're doing and tell you it's silly. You know, like like it's got to be the first thing you choose, not the last thing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Page of Swords. You know, um, I keep on hearing it's not like it's almost giving me like somebody who's trying to diminish some of your accomplishments. You know what I mean? Like when you're doing something that you're proud of and another person says like that's cute, right? It's like it's not cute if it has meaning to you, right? Like don't let someone I keep wondering don't let someone diminish your victories because of their insecurity, you know? Like don't let someone say that's cute instead of I'm proud of you because often like I just keep on seeing like something about that is like I keep on hearing someone say like like often someone that's trying to poke at you will try to say you can't take a joke, but it's not about it being funny. Like remember, someone trying to poke at you, someone trying to take you down a peg will say something cruel and then try to gaslight you and you feel bad when you get upset about it by trying to say it's just a joke, right? It's not funny. You know, I keep on hearing like poking at another person's passion is not funny. It usually speaks towards someone like those are usually the jokes that are built upon another person feeling insecurity in relationality to something that you're energetically proud of. So make sure that you're surrounding yourself with those that appreciate your accomplishments and don't try to diminish your victories. Thank you so much, KJ, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much for that gift, KJ. Also, we are at 65.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, I'm so glad you're finding things again, Haley. Good to hear. I was called to halt and rest, mainly listening to my body. And that's why I keep on halt. Like rest is not exclusive to you working right now. It is part and parcel of it. Like I keep on hearing taking a step back was going to give you fresh eyes on something. 333 Ryan, tap to claim. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mina. And thank you, Alondra, for the follow. You're so welcome, KJ. All right, friends. We are going to get started on, as I mentioned, oh, Kath, you're the next person on the list right now. Kath, if you'd like to let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. I'm also we're going to do another intuition check right now. All right, I've got the animal out. I'm going to count to 10. Let me know what your impressions are and we'll see who gets closest to the target. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dog. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right. We got it. Got you, Kath. Okay. Where were we? I would like to know what O's energy is towards me, especially when I declined their follow request. Just curious and wondering why I'm kind of bothered. Got you. Doesn't matter if I said dog earlier. How much earlier, Grace? How much earlier? All right. One moment. Okay, 4 times ago. Nice. All right. Oh, absolutely. No, you gotta keep doing it. The more you do it, the more it improves. All right. All right. Can I please have O's energy? What's O's energy towards me, especially my decline as well? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. 4 cards. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. A great time to get on the list. Let me just put the offer here. Also, for anybody interested, we do past life readings here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do mediumship readings. We also do, hold on, we do life path readings. You can find the full list of the readings we offer on my tree that has been sent in my bio. Also, if you have information that you feel is helpful or necessary to our reading, for instance, if you have a dream you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. I mean, it feels to me like somebody who, it's interesting because I feel like it's somebody who was wondering if they offended you, and now they have confirmation that they have, is what I'm getting. But I also, I'm seeing something here. Like I see some kind of situation that you couldn't have been clearer, you know? Like I keep on hearing like relationship is not a revolving door, you know? And the thing about it is it feels like some kind of energy with like a tendency of dropping in. And what is dropping in mean? It means like, it feels like I keep on hearing, it feels lackadaisical, you know? It feels lackadaisical. Like the word that just I keep on hearing is lackadaisical, which is somebody who like, and maybe they articulated to you, like I keep hearing, maybe they articulated to you what they're looking for, but they're certainly not embodying it, Like it gives me some kind of like, it gives me some kind of browsing energy, you know? Like it feels like non-committal. It feels lackadaisical. It's no way, I keep on hearing this is no way to build a relationship, is what I'm getting. Who wants that? It feels like cold fish. Like when someone is lackadaisical with us, it's like it's like I can see like it's almost like I feel like there's some kind of energy where it's like regardless, like regardless of what they said they were looking for, they're not like, I keep on hearing like with conviction, which is like, it's like you don't go through like the song and dance and then say what's gotten into you, and being like nothing's gotten into me, because you're like everything you're stating, like, feels like you couldn't be less bothered, you know? And I feel like that's like, it also feels like someone who wasn't fully transparent with you, you know? Like, I almost feel like this is a type of energy where like you tried to follow them and then they wouldn't do it for a while. Like they were being like weird and like I keep on hearing like it feels like a little bit of clam energy, which is someone being like weird, like just I keep on hearing weird, weirdly closed off, not feeling like they were fully revealing something, a little bit like I keep on hearing weird energy is conspicuous, because I like to point this out, like when someone's being weird for about things for no reason, it's awful conspicuous. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they were being weird about things that one shouldn't be weird about. Um and I do feel like there's like I feel like this has to do, and I think that the thing I'm seeing about this is it almost seems to me like I see somebody who may potentially be saying that they've ended something with someone, but it's like when someone has ended something, like if you ended something, then where do you keep disappearing to? You know what I mean? Like it's giving me somebody who's got kind of like a foot in and out of a door to a certain extent. Um, so I feel like I see somebody, like I see someone that feels reaffirmed, and I keep on seeing the fact, like I see somebody who's like been lackadaisical with you, and then was trying to reach back out to say like, did I blow my chance? You know, and I feel like there's something about that that has given them confirmation that they blew their chance, is what I keep on hearing, because it feels to me like I keep on hearing someone say, "I waited too long. I pushed the envelope." Um, you know, but I'm also sensing a situation or circumstance where I see someone like kind of shaking their head and saying, "I have no one to blame but myself." You know what I mean? Like it's giving me, like it says to me, like I see someone shaking their head in confirmation and going, "Yeah, that's what I figured." Right? But I see them saying, "Yeah, that's what I figured." But I see them going, "Yeah, that's what I figured," because they're saying like, "I get it." You know what I mean? Like I feel it almost feels like someone who recognized that they were pushing your patience to the brink of something, and now they just have confirmation that like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Like you've gotten like, like they got I keep wondering, they got tired of waiting. I keep wondering them say they got, and that's what I meant about them saying they got tired of me of waiting for me to get my act together, because like I said, it's lackadaisical. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is what I mean. Like I gotta stress this. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's not more messages incoming, is what I'm seeing here. I wish I could tell you that this was not the card that was bottom of the deck, but I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation where someone like wants some kind of chance to explain themselves. But I need to point out, like, never are we more, I feel like never are we more miffed than when we get an explanation after like the trough of our patience has completely like run on empty, is what I keep on seeing. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of situation here where someone tries to reach out to you in some kind of other way to try to like, articulate upon, like, I almost hear someone saying, like, trying to explain where they've been or why they're so busy is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like it almost feels like, it feels like someone like trying to apologize by giving, like, by having some kind of like drawn out. I keep on hearing, and and this is the thing I'm getting about it. And this is a message that you're not the first person this has come through upon. A crisis does not equate a lack of communication. A personal crisis does not equate to a lack of communication, which is to say we can be going through a personal crisis and still let someone know what is energetically going on. You know what I mean? Like it feels like somebody who wants to like give some kind of reason. But that's what I meant in relationality to the fact that like I see you, like I feel like you gave somebody ample opportunity. I feel like this has already happened between you and them. I feel like there's already been some kind of context by which this person has apologized to you several times. But this is why, like, again, if something, this is what we talk about, like when we're in that space, like when we get in those spaces where like we just meet someone and it becomes impossible to make plans with them, that everything feels like it's a massive undertaking. Like this is like the type energy I'm sensing, because it's just like it's like clear when someone is constantly apologizing for the plans that they're not making. It's very clear that they're not prioritizing the connection they're trying to create for us. And so I feel like, again, it feels like someone who's trying to come towards you with more of the same vibration, which is trying to like say, like, allow me to explain. So thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. On it. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And we will get there, and we will get to 100K in no time. We're at 67.8K likes, guys. Thank you so much. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. Yeah, he's also wondering about that, right? It's just one way, an entry and a clear exit. Exactly. Inconsistency. What was the word? Lackadaisical, right? Perfect word. Yeah, browsing energy. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation. And thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We've got one more spot today if anyone would like to secure that spot. Exactly. I'm not giving a second chance. I'm not even waiting anymore. I feel like I keep on hearing, like, especially with that 8 of Wands, I would not be surprised if someone does not try to reach out to you in a different way. Yeah, the audacity, busy dating around. Sending you so much support on that journey, Kath. Yep, I got you, Per. The list is open. I'm aware he's already in a new connection and relationship with someone new. Wow. Sending you support, dear. That there's no sincere apology. Didn't explain anything clearly. You're so welcome, Kath. Oh, Alexandra, I wish you the best on that today. I hope everything goes well. Absolutely. Please feel better soon. Oh, oh my goodness, dear. You are a trooper. I'm glad it went okay. All right, Per, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if, we got a dream interpretation coming through. Is this inside tea or outside tea? All right. And before we get started on this dream interpretation, I'm going to do another intuition check. You guys know how it works. I'm going to pull an animal spirit guide card. You guys let me know what your impression's in. You'll have till the count of 10. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raven, thank you guys so much for participating. All right. All right, and this is outside tea, I believe. Yep, outside, don't mind all the flaws. I was journaling really fast, no problem, dear. All right. So we've got a dream interpretation here for Per. And as I mentioned, friends, we've got one more spot today. If anyone would like to secure that spot, you will be the next person read for. Let me just put the offer here. Just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, or if you have information on your pet that you would like to share, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it if you are a subscriber in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. And as I mentioned, we've got one more spot available today. Anyone who gets on this, anyone who gets on the list after that spot is taken will be added to the list for tomorrow. All right. There we go. Okay, dream interpretation for prrr. I woke up by a noise and saw a cat in my window, male, gray tabby with a fierce face. I thought it was my own cat, but it wasn't because she was sleeping next to me. The cat jumped from the windowsill into my bedroom and went into the hallway. I was too sleepy to go after him, and I thought, I will check on the cat later. Right after, a woman appeared on my windowsill asking if I had seen her cat. I wanted to say no because I was still feeling sleepy. I realized that it was nice to help the woman, and I came out of bed and approached the window. I looked down, and it seemed like there was snow everywhere, which is quite strange in the summer. I asked the woman about the snow, and she said, it's just morning mist, and it will probably clear up later. I decided to let the woman into my bedroom anyway. We went downstairs to search for the cat and found him one floor lower than my bedroom quite soon. In a different room of my house, I found a Persian cat, a female tortie. The cat turned out to be the lady's cat as well. I was very glad she had found them because I know what worries it gives to lose one's cats. I went back to the bedroom to get some sleep and noticed that the woman had slightly damaged the curtain rail, probably while entering the room. I wasn't bothered by it. All right. Can I get 4 cards for Per, highest party messages from Spirit in relationality to this dream? So It's interesting because one of the things I'm identifying in relationality to the dream and the connection with the relationality to the cats is it's saying to me that I keep on hearing the cats are confidence. The cats are confidence. And you know, when you're having when you're in the space of the initial dream, and I think we've talked about this. Whenever we see, I'm glad that we've done work on the dream space before, because we've talked about the fact that often if there is a home in the space of a dream, we're talking about the mansion of the self. Okay, so we start the dream in the space of seeing and recognizing um, a cat in your window, and you know that it's not your cat. You have your cat beside you, but the cat just comes into the house, and you know you know it's not supposed to be there, but you don't really mind it too much. Um, this is talking about, and shortly after that, the individual in question came seeking the cats, and you said that you wanted to say no, but then you remembered what it feels like to have lost one's cats. So um, when we come out of bad relationship, we often talk about the fact that we feel like we have lost our sense of self, right? Like sometimes when we exit an unhealthy relationship, we feel like we cannot recognize ourselves anymore. So I feel like this is the interpretation point in, first off, understanding how far you have come in relationality to one's own healing journey, because it's saying, even by the extension point of the fact that you're having the dream where you are in the seat of the self and your cat is beside you, this could be like, I want to describe this as like the energetic equivalent of you getting your groove back, if you will, right? You're recognizing yourself, you're identifying yourself, you're finding yourself again, right? Like you're starting, you're like, okay, I feel like I'm integrating, I'm coming back to I'm reorienting, and there's that moment. But often when we do that, we have a lot of others doubts and fears that creep in, right? How others perceive us. Now, I want to stress this. This is something that we noticed was happening in one of your previous dreams, because we talked about, I believe the last dream we had with you was by extension a moment about feeling adrift, but not necessarily feeling adrift when you are alone with yourself, right? You're working through a space that when you're with yourself, you're just fine. It's the context by which you start comparing yourself to others that you start doubting your path work. And so, you know, you have that, like that someone else's thought form come in, right? And you almost didn't want to deal with it. And then the individual who owns it appears, and they're expressing concern because they can't find their cat. So this could be articulating the space of potentially meeting others in the same modality that you find yourself in now, right? Energy, like, and I feel like there's a lot of that. And I keep on hearing it's the differentiation between being, I keep on hearing one can be in separation and integrated, and one can be in separation and feel completely lost, right? So I feel like the conversation that we're seeing here in relationality to someone coming to you and saying, have you seen my cat? And you almost not wanting to be bothered by it is potentially having those modalities where um, like another person is approaching relationship feeling like they've lost something that they need to get back, right? They need to find the energetic connection in order to find their cat again. And so this is the conversation of you potentially seeing those situations and being like, you don't need to enter you don't need to enter relationship to find your cat, because the funny thing about this, and I need to point this out with cats, cats come back. Cats come back. So even in this, that's why there was a part of you that was like, I don't even feel like I don't feel like it's bothered, because you knew the nature of a cat is such, and this is the thing about it, you can't control where a cat goes, right? Like if the cat wants to be in the house or out of the house, the cat can do that. The cat chooses to be with us. So much like the space of our confidence, right? When we seek our confidence in others, we feel like we're always losing it. It's always getting away from us, right? Because you can't tell your confidence what you do. But when we rest securely in the space of ourselves, the cat comes home. The cat comes back to our house. So that was almost like the conversation that you were having when in relationality to potentially talking to others who are in the same modality that you're in, but they're not feeling grounded in that space. They're feeling more adrift. They're feeling more on the outside looking in. They feel more cut off from the world. So this has to do with the fact that your perception and relationality to how you're navigating that is different. Now, but the ability, and I think that this is the beautiful part, like the of this dream, is literally you stopped yourself before telling her no, because what did you say to yourself in that moment? I remember when I too know the pain of having lost my cat, right? Which is the observation of potentially remembering a time when you were experiencing something in the same way, where you hadn't necessarily found yourself, but you were feeling cut adrift, you were feeling lost. So that was you effectively trying to articulate, trying to amplify, trying to lend energetic support in some way, right? So that is why we see that you allowed them the context of coming into the house. Now, when you identified the fact that there was snow everywhere outside of the house, this is talking more about, again, the murkiness of what occurs when we're not building into the space of finding confidence. Like the message of this dream is the only place you can successfully find your confidence is in your own self. It's in your own person. Because if you try to look outside the self, it gets all foggy, it gets all blurry, you can't see anything, right? So this is the ability of making sure that one doesn't see you don't look too much at the self by means of how others see the self, right? So everything that you're articulating is the disambiguation between the difference in separation, between feeling integrated in the self, in the journey of separation, which is why we talk a lot about the journey of divine union that exists within, versus those modalities where we feel like we are not enough. And when we feel like we are not enough, we feel like we have been separated from our cat. We feel like we've been cut adrift. So you let them into the bedroom, and on the way, and I think this is interesting, we found one on the floor lower than the bedroom. And you didn't know that one was there. So this is the counterpoint to working through a lot of the ability of helping and talking to another, even if they're not in the same healthy space as you, because we talk a lot about this. Healthy relationship helps us see things that we could not see before. So this is the counterpoint to the difficulty in feeling disconnected from someone that may not experience the energy of separation as you do. But the benefit of doing so is it gives you a point of insight. It shows you something about the self that you might not have been able to see before. And that would be indicative of the cat, their cat, that was existing in your house, right? The understanding of the unconscious, right? The unconscious journey that we go through in seeing another person go through something that we ourselves have experienced, and suddenly having a revelation of the self in the process, right? Something that we see in that expression that we could not have picked up on when we were experiencing it, when we were experiencing that within ourselves. So, and I want to like point this out, because you said, and I love the fact that you wrote this, that I was very glad that she found them, because I know what worries it creates if you lose your cat. So you know, you've felt that person before, you've been in that energy. I went back to my bedroom to get more sleep, and I noticed the woman had slightly damaged the curtain rail, probably while entering the room. I wasn't bothered by it, right? And the idea of the curtain rail being hurt is, it has to do with the observation of the fact that often when we go through experiences, right, when we've healed from experiences and we've moved away from something, and then we see someone else in the context of how we previously expressed, right? Like those moments or modalities where we see someone almost in the space of struggling the same way that we've struggled, it kind of stings, right? There are those moments that kind of sting, because even in the expression of seeing something, right, and understanding the pain another carries, we see what we were missing. We see how we may have appeared, right? We understand the context of the self by identifying and recognizing, and in the space of recognizing the journey of the self in another, we suddenly, we almost, like I told you, we wince because we go, oof, like we understand something critical about the self, but something that's hard to witness. So this is the identification point of the curtain rail that's damaged. Oof, it's okay. It's better to see it, right? So that is the wisdom that comes in seeing another going through something and being able to absorb something about the self that you couldn't see or recognize about the self in the process of experiencing it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, a lot of the energy with the star card. I think that what's interesting about it is the energy of the person, right? The woman that was coming to you in the window was actually the past version of self, right? And we see this because, and this is the revelation of the dream, I would ask yourself where you were last winter. Because when you looked outside and you said, I thought it was strange because it looked like snow outside, and she said it was mist, this is the mist of time. So what you were effectively seeing was the person coming into the window was the past version of you, the past version of yourself, potentially back in, I would suggest, potentially back in the winter, if you've gone through a lot of profound changes. So if you were feeling, if there was a winter of your discontent, like a moment that you were feeling very alone, very isolated, not knowing what to do, feeling very unconfident with your choices, this could have been the reflection point of you yourself looking for your cats, feeling like your cats are lost. And so this is the conversation between you embodying the qualities and characteristics of the higher self present in the house with the cat. Everything's fine. You got your cat back. Going through the journey of experiencing and seeing what the past self may have looked like to the present self in those moments that you were feeling more adrift, more lost in the journey of finding the self. So it's a lot of that moment of kind of, it's like a journey. It's actually like it's a gift from the higher self back to the self saying, look at how far you have come. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot available today. We are going to move towards, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And we are at 69K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Yes, I said it. I would like that. Stacy, if you'd like to send the donation, I'm happy to add you on the list and close the list. Thank you for the help, Kath. All reversed, yeah. And Stacy, thank you for subscribing. I would have never connected the dream to healing from past relationships. Amazing, thank you. And thank you as well for the follow, Illuminate. The funny thing is, I was not surprised seeing all of those individuals near my window. Exactly, right? We're almost predicating because you knew that they would be there because they used to be there. Kimberly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, winter in 2024, I was heavy in tower and hermit mode. Thank you for confirmation. Lord upon our eyebrows. It's heavy. 2024, 2025 is heavy on healing. Amazing reading. You're so welcome, Per. And thank you for the subscribing, Stacy. All right, friends. We've got one. Hi there, and Theo. We're going to move into, we've got one spot for a full reading today. If anyone else wants to secure that spot before the list is closed, we are going to move into one card readings for subscribers now. Woo! If you're a subscriber, you can put your question in the comments. I would encourage you to recharge your heart me's if you haven't. If you would also like a spirit, an animal spirit guide card on top of that, on top of those, the one cards. And Theo, a card on why Armin is offering me the intimacy opportunity. Is it purely for the satisfaction? I mean, it feels like a feels good is good moment. You know, I feel like there's somebody who says it feels good to help others, but it also says to me, like, you know, I feel like there is some kind of feeling of genuine care here that they have. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like the thing about it is, like, make sure that you and them have the same manifestation goals is what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Like, make sure, make sure that there's clarity and relationality to what you guys mean to one another is what I see. Thank you so much. And Theo, your animal spirit guide card is the air dragon. Like, make sure the air is clear between you and them in relationality to where you, like, what you mean to one another. All right. Excellent. And Hardy, thank you for those roses. Ava, one card on the colors in my room this morning. One card, please. I mean, it feels like there was, like, I mean, it feels like someone was visiting. Is what I keep on hearing. This is visitation energy. This is visitation. Yeah, I mean, but I feel like it's a positive, like, it feels like a positive energy. You know, I feel like there's something about that that's letting you, like, it feels like some kind of energetic, I would surprise, like, it feels like good, like someone just it feels like somebody trying to let you know you're not alone in some way is what I keep on hearing. One moment, please, Ava. Yeah, we've got the Sal. Like, it feels like a sport, some support from your spirit team, letting you know. I actually said, like, spirit team, and dream came out, letting you know that they're beside you. You know, Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling, please. Imbalanced. I see somebody struggling with an imbalance. Like, there's heaviness here. Like, I see somebody with, like, working through a lot of conflict. But I feel like it's also somebody understanding or feeling like working through some kind of, like, recognition of standing within their own way in some way, shape, or form. One high priority for Chrissy, please. Yeah, especially with the hawk, you know? Like, I feel like I see like identifying the problem is half the battle. The other half is trying to figure out what to do in order to solve it, you know? V, one card for the weekend. Yep, I got you, V. Three of Wands and it's upright. This feels good. This feels like there's a lot of planning, a lot of productivity. Bottom of the deck. It does feel bittersweet. I feel like somebody comes towards you with some kind of apology or clarity on something. You know, it feels like a heartfelt conversation. Thank you, V. One card, highest party message for Bridget, please. Don't let someone like speak like, don't be afraid to speak your mind, you know, bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like this feels to me like it feels a little bit like I feel like it's you like not apologizing for yourself. Like this is a sound of you not apologizing for yourself anymore. One card, animal spirit guide for Bridget, please. Yeah, the bull, right? Like I feel like you're protecting, you become the force to protect your inner child. And often that's like, you can't talk to me like that anymore, is what I keep on getting. All right. Kath, one card on finances, please, for Kath. Apparently like working through any feelings of frustration. I told you, like, I keep on hearing a big tree, deep roots, big tree, deep roots. So make sure that you're channeling frustration into creative, productive spaces. Yes, right? Not being reactive, just embodying how you feel and letting that move you forward into places of productivity. All right. And one card for Kath. Thank you so much. Animal spirit guide for Kath. Yeah, the fire dragon. Like this is saying to me, like I'm feeling like there's a lot of this energy about you finding the ability to like expand. Like this is heart opening energy, which is often heart opening is the ability to feel more than you have before, but not be reactive within it. Nikki, one card, highest priority for Nikki. Just stay focused on your intention. Don't let yourself get distracted by anything that doesn't feel like it's supportive to you, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Six of Cups in its reversal, you know, like I feel like again, there's a lot of that inner child healing that I'm identifying here. So not letting yourself, like I keep on hearing, not letting yourself match someone if they're coming towards you in a way that doesn't feel positive, but almost leading with a question like, why would you say that? Yeah, especially with the fox, like not matching energy, but like seeking deeper understanding, right? Like not just reacting, but asking questions. Highest priority for Ryan, please. Yeah, I feel like I see you healing a lot of abandonment wounds right now. And I keep on seeing like I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Yeah, like your manifestations are not a negotiation. Someone either wants the same things as you, or they don't. I keep on hearing it's not up for debate. Animal spirit guide for Ryan. Yeah, cat. Right. I keep on hearing it's like it's not like when it like in like I keep on hearing like in relationality to um like relationship, it should feel, I keep on hearing it should feel natural. It shouldn't feel like we're constantly like going through some kind of tug of war. Spicy, Nikki, one card for rainbow. How can I rest? Okay. Just work towards clarity. Don't put off avoiding it. Just address it. Prioritize and take care of things one thing at a time is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like don't allow oneself to move into a space of panic. Everything is addressable. Just address it in the way that feels like it's most practical. One card, animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the adder. Like don't like the only thing you have to fear is fear itself, right? Everything is solvable, is all I keep on hearing, so long as you're working to solve it. Alexandra, one card general, please, for Alexandra. Just make those plans right now. Like forever negative thought, positive thought. Move it into the more positive vibration. Bottom of the deck, don't let yourself get disheartened. Don't get frustration. Move the frustration into practical spaces is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the swan, right? Like don't teach lessons. Be the energetic force of change. You're so welcome, Chrissy. It did look really beautiful. I don't think you're imagining it all. That's how it served as confirmation. Haley, one card spirit led, please. Don't let yourself you're allowed to rest. Don't overwhelm yourself. Don't try to take on more than you can at a single time. Yeah, everything is accomplishable over time and priority. So if you feel overwhelmed right now, just take some time to organize, lay things out across again, the way that you would swallow a whale is the same way you swallow a mouse, one step at a time, right? If it's too overwhelming, make it into smaller steps. All right. One card, hold on a minute. Animal spirit guide for Haley, please. Yeah, the bull, right? Just don't try to rush through processes. Just be methodical is what I keep on hearing. One card for Lisa, please. On Rye. I see somebody who's trying to this feels like somebody being very positive, trying to I keep on seeing I keep on hearing somebody say wanting to show you how it feels really I feel like somebody's going through some kind of positivity point. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing there's some kind of I feel like it's working through some kind of doubts and fears and understanding I feel like there's somebody who's really committed to trying to show you how good something can be, because it does feel almost like somebody who feels a lot of frustration as it relates to how another person is taking advantage of you in some way, shape, or form. Animal spirit guide for Lisa. Yeah, especially with the earth dragon. It feels like somebody very protective in some way is what I keep on seeing. It's I feel like there's some kind of expansiveness as it relates to wanting to tell you how they feel. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you for that gift. You're so welcome, Kath. Hi, Yaz. One card on that person for Yaz. Make sure they're in a good place is what I keep on seeing. I keep on make sure that they're being consistent with you, because especially if there's I keep on hearing consistency is key. Yeah, especially in relationality to what their schedule is. I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody's schedule is a mess. So make sure that there's something about them handling being practical as it relates to the logistical possibilities of what can happen between you. Oh, Little Vamp, you also have 2 cards coming to you, dear. You got Fox 2 days in a row. That's wild. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Ryan. All right, oh, sorry, Yaz, I already pulled your card. I got you on the list, Ava, and the list is now closed. One card for Per, please, angel led. This is saying to me, you are keep on going. We've got your back. This feels very energetically supportive. Bottom of the deck. I feel like the dream was trying to show you how far you've come is what I keep on seeing. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the cat. The cat. Oh my gosh, that's wild. Confirmation. Oh, you got your cat back. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Ella, one card, spirit led, please. Make sure that you're just leading with authenticity. Lead with authenticity. And I keep on hearing, don't give someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt. Don't let the past harden you to the possibility of someone arriving to you in vulnerability is what I keep on hearing. One card, animal spirit guide for Ella. Yeah, especially with the cow, identifying and recognizing I keep on hearing there's good energy out there. Don't let bad energy build you into being cynical about what's available to you. These are 1 cards, Carly, if you'd like to become a subscriber. And same thing, Arissa. All right, XX, same. These are 1 cards for subscribers. Stacy, got you. 1 card, spirit led, please, for Stacy. This card just wants to keep on coming out. Don't focus. Remember, problems are solutions waiting to be found. Make sure if you're articulating what's displeasing you right now, you're also bringing your emotions are not a burden so long as you bring the antidote with them, right? Yeah. Don't like keep as long as your emotions are not a burden to someone that wants the same things as you, so long as you're also articulating what would be better, what would one prefer, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide for Stacy. Yeah, especially with the hawk, right? The gift that we give with healthy emotions being communicated in clarity on what another person can do to resolve anything that feels like it's troubling us. Erica, I got you. Highest priority spirit animal. Highest priority for Erica. This card, man, you see me kind of do this a few times. Don't let yourself get rattled right now. Don't get frustrated. Don't match energy. Just stay positive and focused in relationality to what feels like it's energetically supportive, especially with the Ace of Wands. If someone is not arriving to you in a proper way, don't do them the luxury of matching them in that vibration. Show them what it looks like to navigate a situation from a place of calmness and clarity. Highest priority animal spirit guide, yeah, the swan, which is again not matching energy, but continuing forward in a space of not being perturbed as it relates to allowing for the space of like trying to smooth something over, right? Like focus on creating smoothness, not in encouraging further disruption. You're so welcome, Yaz. You're so welcome, Haley. 1 card for Bridget. I got you, dear. Bridget E, 1 moment. Don't get torn up about something that wasn't in alignment to you, right? Everything about this, like I keep on hearing, your manifestations are not a negotiation. You either want the same things or you don't. And I feel like there's something about you healing in the state of understanding and recognizing that you and another person, it's not that they didn't care about you, but you wanted very different things. This can be painful, but can help us begin to heal. 1 card. Thank you so much. 1 moment. Thank you. You're so welcome, Per. I keep getting cows. That's wild. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Kimberly. Yes, we're doing 1 cards right now, Queen, if you'd like one. Also, Ava, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. 1 card, spirit led for Queen. Focus on the positive right now. I feel like there's something that feels like some kind of energetic celebration. Don't get too much in your headspace. I feel like you're overthinking something, right? For every negative thought, balance with a positive. Assume something is going smoothly unless you hear otherwise. Yeah, the horse, assume the best is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like you have a tendency of potentially getting too much in your head in relationality, especially as it relates to like navigating silence. So I keep on hearing, like, again, with the horse, like, if you hear hoofbeats, assume horses, not zebras, which is assume like be practical. Don't jump to like the worst possible outcome. You're so welcome, Queen. All right, 2nd call right now for Ava. Ava, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And the list today is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. So, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. Oh, absolutely. Sure thing. Before we do so, let's do 1 more intuition test. So I'm going to pull an animal spirit guide card. You guys let me know which one you think it is. I'm going to count back from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kath, you got it. It was the owl. Good job, guys. Thank you so much. All right, let's get some clarity for Ava. What was going on with that energy, please? 4 cards. I'd be very curious. I mean, I'm not sure if you know, but like, I would be very curious what you were dreaming about. Because I'm getting here that there's something about the fact that you saw it in the early morning light, that they're saying to me that the veil was very thin. You know, I would very conscientious. I feel like you were having a dream that was closely related. Um, I feel like I see you working through something. Like, I just keep on hearing your spirit team say that you're questioning yourself a lot. Like, I just got a sense, like, especially with this 9 of swords, that you're working through like some kind of anxiety point. And I have to stress, often when we have those moments or those modalities, um, it feels like it was a visitation to let you know, like, not to doubt yourself. Like, it's saying to me that there's something about that. Like, I keep on hearing, like, and they're laughing because they're going, that it wasn't a dream. They're going, like, like, they were trying to do something in such a way to reaffirm your own intuition in a way that you wouldn't be able to doubt that the connection to spirit is one that is not, like, it's not predicated. Like, it feels like it was a gift that was being given to you to reaffirm something that you're worried. Like, I see you, like, questioning yourself, and I feel like the guys are like, ta-da! They're like, ta-da! Um, and I feel like a lot of that, and I think that a lot of it has to do too. Like, I keep on hearing, like, and this is the thing about it, like, it feels like it was a message that was just trying to convey how proud of you they are, you know? Like, it literally, like, I just keep on seeing that there's something about the energy there that it feels like. And I need to point this out because, sometimes these moments, um, a healthy spiritual moment is something that reinforces something that you already know to be true. And so I just keep on identifying that there's um, something really beautiful there, because they keep on saying, like, they really want you to focus on what you were feeling in that moment. Like, I feel like they were trying to articulate and, um, give you some kind of point of reassurance. I'm also, you know, I feel like a lot of it too, and I just keep on hearing, like, so the thing that I keep on seeing is, um, and I like to point that out, like, this is a sign of a healthy spirit team, which is, like, a healthy spirit team is such that when we are doubting ourselves, they give us energetic reassurance in some way, shape, or form and I like to point out, this is also what we mean by like angel numbers, right? Like, angel numbers can sometimes feel like little high fives from the universe that say, like, yeah, like, you're on the right path. And so I feel like even there, like something about that experience, and that they keep on hearing, like I keep on seeing, if it feels like it's surreal, it's like the surrealness that it is trying to reinforce to you that, you know, you've got this, you're moving in the right direction. Um, and especially because it feels, I don't know what I keep on seeing, especially with this Four of Wands and its Strength card. Um, I feel like I need to point this out. Like, I feel like there was something about you going through like a deep, deep, deep spiritual crisis not that long. Like, I mean, like they're giving me strong nine, which they're saying, like, think about where you were 9 months ago. Because I just keep on seeing that there's some experience where um, around this time you were questioning yourself. You were questioning why you were here. And I feel like that space, like I keep on hearing, like they're almost asking you to recall that moment when you were questioning everything. Because I feel like there's something about that experience that is trying to articulate to you, like, not only are they glad that you navigated something and you came through some kind of dark night of the soul, but whatever that was has made you stronger than you were before, right? Like, it keeps on saying to me that it's kind of trying to articulate to you that you've closed some kind of energetic cycle. And I feel like I feel like in some way, shape, or form that was also trying to tell you and congratulate you for not going back to something that wasn't in alignment to you, is all I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing, like, it feels like there was some kind of something that was requiring you to, like, abandon yourself in the process. Like, I feel like this is the energy that's trying to say you found yourself again. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Five of Cups. You know, I like to point this out. Sometimes when we're going through difficulty, it can feel like we're all alone, right? And I need to point this out. Like, often in those moments that we're going through difficulty, um, like our guides, I keep on pointing out, a healthy guide does not want to overwhelm us when we're going through hardship. So often our guides stand back when we're going through hardship because they don't want to do anything that would further, like like shake us further, is what I'm getting. And so it almost feels to me like it's almost like an amplification of an apology that is trying to articulate to you and say, we were there the whole time. We didn't miss a minute of it. We were there with you. And if it felt like you were alone, we were right on the sidelines, but we didn't want to do anything that might energetically upset you further, is all I keep on seeing. But I keep on, and the thing about it is, like, every time I keep on reading on it, I just keep on hearing applause, because it feels like applause, because it almost feels like I keep on hearing like something about them trying to articulate and let you have some evidence to let you know that they're there and they're very proud of you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We have reached the conclusion of our reads today. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If there are any other subscribers who have missed their one cards today and would like a card pulled, please let me know at this time. Yes, it looked like nothing I had seen before. Yes. The storm will pass and all will be well. Moving in a week makes so much sense. Sending you support, Ella. Yes. Get numbers almost nightly in dream. That's wild. It's it's beautiful. Mother Nature nurturing you too. Absolutely. No worries. Excellent. This is beautiful. Absolutely. And thank you again for having that reading with me, Ava. One card for Hannah. Absolutely. Hi there, Jamie. One moment, please. One card for Hannah, please. Um, make sure that you're not like, it's not your job to fix everything. Yeah, reciprocity is key. Make sure somebody wants the same things as you before you double down on what you're energetically giving them. Like, make sure you, I keep on hearing, every everything can be found in a clarifying conversation, is what I'm getting. Yeah, adder. Like, before you commit to something, make sure that you and another person are aligned in terms of what it is that you're building towards. Like, make sure, I keep on hearing like it's giving a lot of state your intention kind of energy. Amber, one card, highest priority, please. Continue to do the work healing wounds. And I keep on hearing, if you're starting to feel more right now, that probably means that you're starting to heal. Yeah, like, I feel like a lot of this is finding ways to channel frustration in productive spaces. Don't let someone trigger you if you're coming towards you in a way that isn't healthy. Remember, I keep on hearing, like, your healing does not mean you have to be a doormat for energy. You get to choose what is healthy for you versus what is not. All right. And animal spirit for Amber, please. Yeah, the blank, you get to decide. It feels like somebody trying to insist that they want to have like a closing conversation, like a healing conversation. You don't, you get to decide what would be a healing conversation versus what wouldn't be. Being one card, spirit led, please. This card does not want to stay in the deck today. Don't focus on what is the frustration point. Focus on the solution. Don't get caught in a conversation about what's going wrong. Often, I keep wondering, focusing too much in a conversation on what's going wrong distracts on the ability to describe what can be fixed. I keep on hearing, no, like, not problems, like, no, like, it's not like no complaining, like only solutions. Like, figure out what feels like a productive conversation. Complaint for, I keep learning, a constructive conversation is a complaint-free zone, which says you can bring a complaint so long as you have a solution to it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the hawk, right? Like, understand, like, I keep on hearing, complaint, talking too much about what's going wrong is a good way to like distract from being able to talk about like what can be right. So make sure that you keep moving something into a space that it feels like it's productive. Hi there, Jamie. One card, life path for Adina. Absolutely. I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups. Your standards are not too much for someone that matches your standards. Don't let someone try to get you to settle for what you know is for you. It's not, if it's not for everyone, it's because, like, you are a specialty, which means it's not for everyone, but that doesn't mean that it's not what you need, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Adina. Hi there. Makes sense. Excellent. Thank you, Amber. Sending you, thank you as well, Bean. Yeah, feeling I need to have a closure conversation. I didn't want to. Sending you support, dear. Yes, very aware of Joshua. Thank you so much, Caleb. You're so welcome, Amber. You're so welcome, Bridget. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will, for anyone who became a subscriber today, welcome. I want to thank you guys and encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel to introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription. Our next class will be on Wednesday, July 16th. We'll be focusing our studies on the Devil card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. I will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, please make sure to head over to my profile and hit that bell. But sometimes the app doesn't let you know when I'm live, so make sure you also register directly for the event. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your time with me today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.